Good morning, everyone. We still have some folks that'll be coming in. We get it. It's hard to get right there at 10 o'clock. I wanted to remind everybody that the meeting, of course, is recorded and that has begun. If you're not speaking, if you could mute. We get a lot of background noise, like my clock's going off right now. I apologize for that. And we have a really great schedule today. You get to meet some really fascinating people that are joining us in the agency and hearing from them. And yeah, so it should be a really wonderful day. Remember, just as a housekeeping, for those of you who struggle a little bit with the verbals, there is an option for captions. If you go to the top bar of your of the app itself, right next to the smiley face with the hand waving at you, and you click on those three dots, you have the ability to go down and turn on live captions. So for those of you who struggle a little bit with hearing the full communication or conversations taking place, you have that ability to turn on those live captions. So I just wanted to share a couple of those things with you and then turn it over to Lauren Taylor. Lauren?
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our last meeting of 2021. This is my last meeting as co-chair, and it's also the last meeting for a few of our representatives. I know Susan Cooksey will be leaving, and Rachel Bisbee will be also leaving. She'll be replaced next year by a new co-chair, a new representative from Airway Heights, and Susan will be replaced at Stafford Creek. And so I just wanted to welcome you and say it's been a wonderful year. I've learned a lot, made some really great relationships with, families, learned about their experience on this journey. And I look forward to where the Statewide Family Council is going to go over the next few years. With that, I will give it back to Lisa and we can start on our agenda.
You're on mute.
That kind of helps, doesn't it? Thank you. Rhonda, before we get that started, could you, I see the folks that are on the phone, could you please remind us of how they can use their phones to raise and lower their hands?
Sure. So to raise or lower your hand on the phone, just hit the star sign and the number 5, and that will allow you to raise and lower your hand. If you are on mute, you can do star 6, and that will allow you to mute or unmute your phone.
Very
Did you
good.
want me to
Thank
also
you.
do the attendance?
Yes, that would be wonderful if you could do that. See who all I see. We keep having people join, but I think we have most of the representatives here now. If you'd like to do roll call.
Thank you. Is Rachel Bisbee here? Okay. Susan Cooksey?
I'm here.
Okay. Felix?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Wendy?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Gwen?
Here.
Loretta?
Here.
Jason?
I'm here.
All right. Stephanie? Sanderson? Okay, and then Lauren's here. So, and then Paula Bond?
Here.
All right. That is our representatives, and I'll keep an eye out to see when and if Stephanie or Rachel is able to join.
I know Rachel was having some difficulties yesterday, and so she may just be a little bit late trying to navigate those today. So very good. For those who are joining us, I'd like to direct you to your participants. If you'd like to see who all is here, we have a whole list on the right-hand side of your screen. If you go to the top of your screen and click on the 2 characters, it will give you the participants list of both DOC and our guests, families and friends that are joining us today. So with that, I think I would like to turn it over to Mr. Murphy. Remember, if you're not talking, make sure that you mute. And if you have any troubles with that, just let us know. Sometimes our Teams app can act up a little bit. So with that said, I would like to turn it over to Deputy Secretary Sean Murphy.
Good morning, everybody. I hope that everyone is staying healthy out there. Lots of stuff continue to go on. We're starting to see lots of success around COVID, and we're going to talk about that later on. What I'm here to talk a little bit about, I want to take a minute to put our elections into context for us. It's been challenging for us as the new administration of DOC to get a handle on the election process. I will say that we've had a lot of folks help, and I want to thank everyone for their attempt to help us really understand. What became really clear to Secretary Strange and I is that our process, the current Family Council policy, is really vague as to procedure. It's clear that over the years we've made a number of agreements, both at the local Family Council level and at the statewide Family Council level, that really just haven't been documented in the policy folder, and we're committed to fixing that. So it's time to work on revising the policy, and we intend to accomplish this so that the final version of the new policy can be published in August of 22, and to get there, we got to start that process soon. So. With regard to this particular election, the secretary, the DOC co-chair, and myself received quite a high volume of emails from the statewide Family Council members, as well as some non-electeds about the process. And what is so is that there are very different recollections about what actually transpired and whether it was in line with practice or not. What I can say is that we're committed to moving forward and documenting not only good policy, but the specific procedures spelled out in that policy. And so to that end, yesterday I sent out a message that we're not going to move forward at this time with creating the vice co-chair. The reason that I did that is because it became clear as we attempted to understand the concerns that the statewide Family Council representatives just didn't have enough time to consult their local family councils and the families to inform their vote and their voice. And so we as a department are definitely committed to and support the statewide Family Council representatives connecting with the families. And so in that email I sent out, I shared that voting for the November election of the statewide Family Council co-chair and co-secretary would take place on the 22nd. Last night, very thankful that we received input from family members that we effectively did not have nominations for a co-chair, that they were for vice co-chairs. So to remedy that, we are moving the election date to November 30th. And we will continue to take nominations for the positions of co-chair and co-secretary up through November 26. And if you'd like to continue nominating people for those positions, you can do so up through November 26. Once those nominations are in, those who accept the nominations will be able to send a statement to the statewide Family Council as outlined in policy, and then we're going to hold those elections on the 30th. It's expected that the new officers will then assume their position on January 1st. To that end, I'd like to say really quickly before I ask for any questions, thank you so much to the folks who have spent the last year working through the second year in COVID as statewide Family Council representatives. Your voice, your opinion, your approach, your help, your support very important for us to continue to drive towards solid communications with families. And so thank you so much for your service. I really appreciate it. That said, I'll take any questions and see if I can answer them. Let's go with Kaylani.
Hi. So I have to say that I'm not quite sure understanding the change in the nominations for the co-chair now. Can you explain to families why you came up with this decision? Like go into actual true transparency?
I'd absolutely go into true transparency. And so what we had originally done was we took nominations for vice co-chair. Those vice co-chairs were not individually for an independent co-chair. And so when that technicality was brought forward, it was what we're looking for here is a solid, transparent, clear process. And so if you're interested in being nominated or nominating someone else, we're looking to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to nominate a person that they want to, and that no one is held back out of that process. And so, again, it was for technically a vice co-chair and not a co-chair independently by themselves. And so we wanted to make very, very clear that what we're asking for is nominations for the co-chair and the secretary, and that people got a chance to weigh in.
So I understand that, Mr. Murphy, but you please understand that. So obviously everybody on this call knows that I was nominated for the vice co-chair position. What happened is DOC created this whole new position, which just threw everybody off, not per policy. But now you're saying that people, if they want to be nominated for co-chair, well, you would think that if people wanted people to be nominated for this position, they would have probably nominated people already for the vice co-chair. So it just seems like it's just one long, drawn-out process. And it's actually very disappointing. Very, very disappointing.
And so what I'll share is that certainly no intent to disappoint. This is a broad group of folks with what we're looking for at the end of the day is providing people the opportunity to be nominated or to nominate for the two positions. If you were nominated for the vice co-chair, I would certainly encourage you to seek nomination for the regular co-chair position. Certainly, just what we're looking for is a solid, transparent process that is connected to the policy.
Kealani, this is Secretary Strange here. Let me try to answer your specific question and see if I can. You may not have been on at that time. The pivot away from moving for a vice co-chair. What we do know is we received many emails that said yes, that vote took place, and to move forward with a vice co-chair. However, in talking with statewide family council members, what became clear was that the statewide family council members did not get the opportunity to talk with their local family council members because of the speed of that. And again, our policy is quite vague. It says what will transpire. It doesn't say how it will transpire, what processes will be used. We see that as an opportunity to really get clear in our policy. We had tons of recollection from we received a lot of emails, and many people had many different recollections about how and why and whether we followed procedure, because the policy is silent on that, which I think speaks to it's not uncommon to do a better job of articulating some of this in policy. And we're going to have that opportunity with you all to look at the policy. We want to start early. We would like to start right after the holidays, even though legislative session will be in order. We think it's important, and we think it's going to take a little bit of time. Policy revisions happen in August for the most part. There was a one in February that kind of threw everything off, but really we want to do this policy revision, and we want to do that collaboratively with you. As you know, your input into that policy is important. And on it, there is just a lack of documentation. And it has been that way. It is, as the new administration, Mr. Murphy, myself, Lisa Flynn stepping in when Geneva left, it has been challenging. And thanks to all of you, we have gotten bits and pieces of information, and we really have to do a better job, I think, collectively. The department certainly needs to do a better job of documenting going forward. It's just very problematic. So I'll stop there, and I hope that helps explain. And Mr. Murphy, we've got several other people looking to give comment here, so I will go on mute.
Okay.
Loretta. I just want to say one thing, please. True transparency is very important. So, Mr. Murphy, when you said you sent out an email to everybody, and this is just me speaking, I'm not for any other family members, I have things to do today, so there was no transparency if the nominations were supposed to be here today to do their speeches. Families are sending out emails. DOC needs to be sending out emails on what the protocol is. I'm on this call. I wasn't going to be on this call at all today. I've got other things than prison. So I'd really appreciate it if you guys could let what the protocol is, so it's true transparency, because I'm disappointed that I have to take my time away from my family that I'm planning with today, because I'm told I'm supposed to do a speech today, and now we're rearranging things again. So I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Certainly take note to that. I appreciate you all sharing your Saturday with us, and we're gonna get to a solid process. Loretta Peterson, and then Felix.
So just a quick note on the whole family council documentation thing. I am currently trying to draft up a history timeline of the family council from the time of Eldon Vale to present. I've been interviewing a lot of families who participated for a long time, and I will email both DOC and families my draft soon so that people can help me fill in the timeline for the parts I don't know. So look for that coming in the near future. And I had, one other thing, since this is going to be my last meeting where I'm taking the minutes as the secretary, I know that Elise McKinnon is one person who is running for the secretary position. If there are any other people, I would really like to include them on the email process that I do after this meeting to send the draft minutes to Lisa Flynn and Lauren Taylor and Rhonda, so that they can kind of see how we collaborate on finalizing the minutes together for this last meeting. So if anyone else wants me to include them on that email because they're considering running for secretary, my email address is Loretta, and that's spelled Loretta, and then a period, and then Fisher, FISHER @gmail.com. And I wish there was a chat box I could just text that into, but there's not. So anyways, that's all I have to add.
Loretta, the chat.
I think there is a chat box.
There is a chat box.
The chat is open.
I'm just not seeing it on my view then. Okay, well, so maybe someone can type it in for me because it's not showing up on my view. Sorry.
Thank you, Loretta. I really appreciate that and the extra information there. Very helpful for those who might assume that role later on, and connecting us with some of the history from your perspective. I appreciate that. Felix?
Yeah, I am thinking about this position, the co-chair position. What I'm interested in is if there is really some sort of a position description, what the expectations are. And I don't know if that should be coming from DOC or that should be coming from the families. And what sort of a time commitment do you think a person who would take this position has to make? It sounds like it could be upwards of maybe 20 hours a week, or maybe not. Can you give us an idea about that?
You bet. So thank you for that question, and a very important question, I think. So what we have right now is the policy talks about under section E of what the statewide family council co-chair's responsibilities are. That being said, as the secretary intimated earlier, we've got some work to do on the policy, and we're gonna do some work on that policy, and role clarification will be critical in that. So we might be able to get some more on that. That being said, I'd also like to say no better person than the outgoing co-chair to be able to provide us information on the time commitment that she had. And so if I could hand that back over to the current co-chair, that would be great.
Felix, and to before anybody else's information, it really depends on the time that you have. I am fortunate that in what I do, I have pretty much the majority of my day that I can designate to that. There are a lot of opportunities that you can choose to say no to. There's a lot of things that you can refer to other divisions. I will tell you a lot of what I did was because of my prior experience working with DOC. I knew exactly where to go. And so I would ask an individual, if you have a problem, a concern, send me an email, and I would be able to forward it to the appropriate person, CCing in that person saying, you know, can you follow through on that? It really, the biggest part of working to set the agenda, go through the minutes, is probably, you know, a couple of hours a week, month, maybe. It's not excessive, but it's up to you to choose how much you want to be involved. There is the minimum, which is, you know, doing the agenda, maybe answering some phone calls, you know, been involved in certain programs, but it's pretty much your choice of what you want to do.
Thank you, Lauren. I really appreciate that. Joanne Todd, I think I saw your hand up. I don't know if it's still up.
Yes, I was having technical difficulties with the machine, and so it's finally starting to work. I was in on the phone call through my, you know, home phone, so at least I've heard some of this. First, I'm the family co-chair at MCC. I've listened to all the feedback that the LFC members have voiced. I guess first I want to say I thank everybody for their hard work, both on the DOC side and on the LFC, on the LFC side. However, and I do appreciate that's hard work. I want to say that I personally have been, kind of like Kealani, disappointed because of policy changes that have been made, but we've already gone through that. So I think one of the things that I don't clearly understand is why anybody can be nominated. Not that I think it's unfair. It's a policy change, and I'm really glad that you have postponed the election until November 30th, because it gives us a chance to kind of regroup and see what's going on. We were very, very opposed to jumping out of policy. I don't know how, whatever way to put that, but I know it's everybody has worked so hard, and then to have it changed. So we were not going to support the election or nomination. But now I think, we have to go back to the LFC membership and see how they feel. But I do, for everybody who has worked so hard, I do appreciate everything that's been done. And I really, 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 I have such faith in the LFC, the families who just need consistency, clarification, our fellows who really, truly need more communication. And so at this time, I will just sit and listen. So thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Joanne, I want to thank you for that. And on behalf of the department, I certainly, consistency is important, and I apologize for the disappointment that it sits. And what I can say is that we are committed to improving the process, clarifying roles, and moving forward. Probably one of the biggest challenges that everybody on this call faces is the impact that all of the decisions have on your loved ones. And that's the priority, that's the focus, and we're going to continue to keep that as a priority for discussions here as we take another look at the policy. Anna Ivanov.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Sean, I have a question and a comment. So first, the comment is that it's really hard to elect someone as a co-chair to represent us families when the duties of that person are sort of up to that person. You know, it would be great to be able to say that we are representing this person and this is their commitment to us families. This is how they're going to be working with DOC on our behalf. So I think it would be great to be able to identify at least a short list of things of what that person will be responsible for and what their commitment is to us, to families. I also would like to seek clarification of what the purpose of this council is. I have been participating for 5 years, and I'm not sure that are we supposed to collaborate? Are we supposed to get things done in this meeting? Or are we just here to listen and to vent most of the times, right? That's what's coming from us family members. It would be great to just identify what are we doing as a council, because we're all spending our time, you, DOC, and us, the families, 5 hours on a Saturday, right? 6 hours, whatever it is. It's a huge time investment. Let's figure out what we're doing. And my question was, since you mentioned that the voting will take place on November 30th, I'd like to clarify whether or not that will be a public meeting or will it be a closed meeting? Because I know that's important to some family members. Thank you.
So let me ask the group, how did the voting take place last year? And if I could redirect this question back to Lauren Taylor, how did the voting take place last year?
Last year, I had not participated in statewide family council until I was nominated last year. And what I was asked to do was to submit a statement if I accepted the nomination, and which I did. And then it went to the representatives, and the representatives apparently voted. How they voted, I don't know, but I was just attended the November meeting and told Lauren, you have been elected. And it was like, okay. that was the process as far from my end.
Thank you. Let me turn it.
Well, it's actually not a funny situation because I was nominated as well. Sorry to cut off. This is Kaylani. And I strongly feel discriminated from last year because the voting and how it was done was completely wrong. You know, there was actually, from what I heard through the grapevine, is that there was somebody that was actually able to vote that wasn't even the statewide family council rep. So I'm just going to put that out there.
Thank you for that. Loretta Peterson.
So a couple of things, just a quick note on voting. In previous years, until COVID hit and until Geneva Cotton was the person who was working with us, voting always occurred in the room with all the families at the statewide family council meetings so that everyone could see the process and see what was happening. I don't think the reps had to, you know, overtly say out loud who they were voting for, but from what I recall, they would write it on a slip of paper and Belinda Stewart would like count the votes right there at a table in front of all the families. So I think the more we can replicate that process, it would be better, just more transparent and inclusive. And then the other thing I just want to have us all think about when we're thinking of time burdens and duties for each of these roles, just remember that when we make the burdens very heavy and time consuming, it tends to reduce participation of families of color, of men, of employed people, and of younger people. And when the burdens are huge, it tends to result in overrepresentation of elderly, white, female, retired people. So if we're wanting to go toward a diverse council, I think we should think about Belinda Stewart's goals back in 2018 of trying to create a situation where burdens were more evenly distributed among a lot of family members. That gives more people a chance to participate. It makes things more diverse and not too burdensome for anyone who's not paid for their work. So I think we need to keep that in mind.
Thank you, Loretta. Kaylani.
I actually spoke out of turn because I tend to do that, but I'm very, very passionate about how things went down last year. And I'm too transparent. I did a public disclosure because I was told that the ballots were actually, because I knew it was an unfair voting. So we've never done it that way, even at local family councils. When I was at Coyote Ridge, we were all in a room together, and they actually stood up on a whiteboard and marked down the votes, which that's true transparency because everybody gets to see what's going on. But the thing with last year is that it was secretive. Nobody could be a part of it. And if you look through the years, the local family council has never been virtual. It's always been public. So anybody could go to your guys' public meetings. Anybody could vote. Legislation could go to your guys' meetings, but now they're virtual, so you've made it completely secretive, so nobody can come to these meetings. But the families should all be able to come to these meetings and vote. They should be able to vote who they want the voice to be. So last year, I did the public disclosure, and I was told that the ballots were done over email as documentation, as a true election should be. But it was never done because the public disclosure came back saying there was no emails. So who knows really how the elections went last year? And I'd honestly like to know. So
Okay.
Thank you.
Secretary Strange.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. I was just looking at the policy, and this is that example of what we were saying when we opened the discussion around elections and the policy and the vagueness. What it says with regard to the 3 officers, it says at 2B, the family co-chair as elected by majority vote of statewide family representatives. That's what it says. And that they must remain a visitor in good standing. And you can see how confusing that is for everyone, because is that statewide family representatives, the folks that are elected, or is it anybody at the meeting at the time? You know, I think we have a lot of work to do on this policy going forward. And we have learned a lot. I can tell you that. You all have learned a lot. You know, the chaos and the confusion, and it does not set up for good faith. So I think, you know, our ability to articulate, Anna was talking about, what is the job? You know, how do we know what the job is? What does the family council believe the job? You know, these are important things that should actually be in policy. There should be a job description. So, you know, we are right there with you guys collectively to make a better process and a more effective family council policy. So I just want to say that it's again, this dang policy is, we go to look at it and it's vague, and then there are some memorandums that some are missing. People have stuff. We tried to collect stuff, but nothing's published. Nothing's really on the record. Kealani was talking about, I can't find emails. I did a public disclosure request. Where are they? How did it happen? That does not set us up to be collegial or trustworthy. And we're committed to fixing that. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Secretary Strange. Diane Pasta?
Hi, I'm concerned about.
I'm sorry, this is Noreen Light. I don't have a way to raise my hand, so when there is an appropriate time for me to speak, will you let me know?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Diane Pasta. I'm concerned about the idea of having families show up, because that then requires all these people who have limited time to show up in order to elect at the state level. I believe that the point of electing the representatives to the state council is to have that input at the local level and have that carried forward onto the state council. So I don't want a vote that requires teams of people to get together at the state level. And secondly, the idea that people, whoever is interested, can participate is really a good idea for meetings for public disclosure. But when we're voting or when we're filling offices, I think that we need to have been elected at our local level and move up through the system. So I don't think anyone should be elected or nominated for co-chair if they are not a representative of their institution. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I will jump to Noreen really quickly because I'm not sure what order in the line she was in, and then off to you, Mr. Coates. So Noreen?
First, I want to thank everyone for your time today, and thank you, Secretary Strange, for underlining Anna's comments about clarification of roles and committee member duties. I appreciate the history and the ambiguity in the election process last year and the commitment to a more solid, transparent, clear process going forward. I do have, I want to make sure that I have it clear. We are nominating for co-chair and co-secretary positions. Nominations are due by November 26th, and the elections will occur on November 30th, with elected officers to begin service on January 1st. So my understanding is that there is no vice chair position. It's a co-chair and a co-secretary. Is that correct?
Everything you've said has been correct.
Thank you. Feel free to mute me.
Thank you, Noreen. Lieutenant Coates?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this new policy development and the inclusion of all of the local family council members in the process, as opposed to it being done just by their elected representatives. That was the process that took place under the current policy. It took almost over a year to develop the current policy with Scott Russell and Belinda Stewart. And family members who had the time to attend the statewide family council did so. Their voices were heard along with the elected representatives. So I'm looking forward to the inclusive process. Thanks.
Anna Ivanov.
Yes, I just wanted to mention, I mean, we're all witnessing that there are a lot of ideas, a lot of people want to speak up, and obviously this is a hot topic for everyone. I wanted to just throw something out there for you, for everybody's consideration. Perhaps what we do this time is maybe we do not elect a co-chair this time around. Maybe what we commit to is let's schedule a couple of meetings. Let's get the policy, at least the job description, the purpose of the policy. Maybe once we clarify that, then we can elect a co-chair. Because I'm just wondering, you know, so if we elect a co-chair, what the purpose of that person will be in the short term? It'll just be to put together an agenda with the DOC SFC co-chair, and perhaps we can just use the next meeting, the next SFC meeting, for that very purpose of clarifying the policy and working through all these issues. We've actually asked that this meeting is dedicated to that, but maybe we'll wait to the next meeting or we set up another meeting in the interim. So I guess to make it short, my suggestion is maybe we shouldn't be rushing into electing a co-chair, but rather let's work through the policy. Let's make sure all the voices are heard and we collectively create something that works for everyone before we do that.
Thank you, Anna. Dua Rema Williams. I'm so sorry.
It is Dua Rahima. And what I want to say is that I disagree with it just coming from somebody being elected on the local level, because everybody can't get to the local family councils. And it's the same people that get elected all the time that have been on the statewide family council since its inception. So it's time to have some new faces on there. And I think we need to pull from different places, just like with everything else, because it leaves no room for BIPOCs, or Black, Indigenous, and people of color to participate, or people with who are low income and have to work Monday through Friday or Saturday to take care of their family and their loved ones. So, or we're not retired, so we can't just jump in and come in at any time. So it needs to be open to who's going to represent those that are impacted the most. And I would like to see someone that looks like me, but we also need that support, you know, from the family council, from the local family council, but they don't move out the way for us to become statewide reps in the local family council.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Kaylani?
Yeah, hi. I'd like to actually piggyback on Dua. I have to say, and I'm going to be the one to say it. There has been a lot of division that has been built, and it's actually really disheartening that DOC actually allowed that for a lot of years. There was a hierarchy that was built, and you know, I am a person of color as well, and I strongly believe that there has to be a diversity with the council. But what happens is you have we need more people, more families to be able to be a part of this policy change, because it can't always be the same people that feel that they need to put their 2 cents into the policy because they've been on statewide family council for 20 years. It really needs to be able to change so other families can actually come to the plate. And I was nominated, and I'm not going to be the one to say that I don't 100%. I don't need to have this position. I just know how hard I've worked behind the scenes, and families have seen that. But I strongly believe with DUA that there needs to be someone up there that's going to represent all. But I would appreciate it if in the policy, I agree with Anna that needs to be actually written before this elections takes place, because if the statewide family council representatives are the ones that can vote right now, today, it is not going to be fair. Period.
Thank you. Rhonda Roberts?
I just wanted to go over, there were some comments made in the chat that I wanted everyone to hear, and that was Elizabeth De Leon, I believe is the pronunciation. So families will all now be able to vote is the question, or how will the voting process be? Suzanne Cook wrote in, too many facilities are not represented for exclusive voting to take place. It should be full council, democratic process. Loretta Peterson stated, agreed with Suzanne. The policy was changed to limit voting to reps to ensure that each of the 12 facilities would have an equal voice, but there have been negative ramifications of this policy change. Half the facilities do not have reps, and it has made the rep group more like an elite club. Big lesson learned. And then I'd also like to remind everyone, if you were on the phone, if you would like to raise your hand, all you have to do is hit *5. And if you would like to unmute yourself, all you have to do is hit *6. And that, if you do it again, it will also mute yourself back.
Joanne Todd, please.
Okay, thank you. This may be a little bit off the subject, but I would like everybody to, while I understand we need policies, one of the things that has occurred to me is that there hasn't been as much emphasis placed on our guys. You know, that we're talking about policies for this and policies for that. And the reality is that the local family councils are there to support our guys. And we need to do that. We do need to do that. And we need to, you know, find a way so that they can be, you know, so that they can be included, because that's what we're all about. The family council is about families and our guys. And so, thank you. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Joanne. A great reminder of a very important fact. So this is about the folks that are incarcerated. So thank you for that. There is a number 253-844-8301 we'd love to hear from.
Yes. Listening to the meeting, and I used to be a unit rep for Stafford Creek when I was incarcerated. And, you know, I just like to say that I think the elections should just not happen. I think that people should just be representing as a whole, you know, not have a hierarchy like everybody's talking about. That's all I had like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And then Secretary Strange.
Sean, I think Kehlani is ahead of me, so go ahead there.
Sorry, Kehlani. I'm sorry about that.
Sorry, I'm not trying to take the show, but I'm going to get off the call. But I just want to end this with this, too. I agree with the gentleman that just spoke. I thank you so much for speaking from the from the incarcerated side. I definitely believe that it needs to be for all. There should be no statewide family council in my eyes. But we are actually, FOTI is creating their own council because of the whatever is going on with the chaos that has happened in the last year. Please also consider this, Secretary Strange, when you guys do go through with this, is the mental anguish that this causes someone like myself. I am very, very involved with how families talk to families at all the prisons. And now that you guys are changing this again, now we have to go back and try to find out who's going to run for co-chair, la, 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 la. Just please understand, you guys, I did email all of you asking if we could have a meeting because I wanted to explain to you guys the mental anguish that this is causing myself because of all of the chaos that's going on behind the scenes with families. It's just not fair, and DOC really needs to get a handle on it. So I am very appreciative that you guys are doing this, and thank you so much, and I'm really excited to see how this plays out. Next year, my husband's moved, so I'm going to a different facility, and I'm excited. And thank you again, guys, for all that you're doing today. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you. Secretary Strange.
Thank you. I just wanted to provide a comment generally around the discussion that's occurring with around let's not have a elected co-chair at this time. That's kind of, you know, the discussion. And I want to go, you know, current policy says we'll have an election in November. And it's challenging for me because as we talk about how to include people, us making a decision about not following policy, you know, the department struggles with not following its policy. So as I look at what it says we'll have an election in November, and you know, I just want to point that out. It is challenging. I think we do have to rewrite this. We know where our gaping holes are, and how are we going to move forward with that? So that is, I am really excited, though. I'm going to jump ahead real quick and share with you that with regard to diversity and inclusion and communication, you will hear when it is my turn to do my updates that we have a platform, and I will share that, where people can subscribe, they can unsubscribe from emails, alerts, information. Yes, right? Yeah, I'm seeing some hands clap and some smiles. You know, going through all the regulations and picking the, you know, with our how we have to move forward with our authorizing environment about picking something. I'm excited that we actually have something. So I'll talk more about that at the time, but that will so help with our ability to reach family members and be inclusive and get at that diversity that is so important. So I'll save the rest for later, but thank you, Sean, for letting me sneak that in there.
Thank you. Imija, I'm sorry again if I pronounced your name wrong.
Hi, yes, Imija, you did it correctly. Thank you. Hi, welcome everyone, or thanks for giving me an opportunity to speak. I just wanted to highlight from a family perspective, the challenge of being at all the family councils because of the location and because of a lot of the guys and women, at least are, Black community in particular, do not have families majority in these other locations where probably the representation is not being seen at the local level. So I just wanted to say that I think that not only building and supporting the mission for more inclusion and diversity, but really trying to center, like really taking into account the experiences of those families who are disproportionately impacted in these systems, and wanting to make sure that we provide an accessible way for those voices to be available. If it was, maybe if, the family council on a local level were all Zooms, right? But when people decide to go, as we're coming out of COVID, and they're like, you got to show up at the facility, that's just going to make a challenge. So I think there's a lot to consider to really ensure that the mission and vision of the inclusiveness, but also the voices that are being heard, are at the table. Because even if you get someone at the facility who could be there, there's still an experience that's different for those who are disproportionately impacted by that system. So I just want to bring that forward. I don't know what the nomination process is. I've been participating with the local family council at Shelton. And I try to stay as connected to the statewide family council as much as I can, but with Zoom, I think it's been much more easier for me to do so, or Teams or virtual. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, and then we've moved on past our agenda time frame, so I'll give Anna with the last comment here, and then we'll talk a little bit about nominations. Anna?
I'll make this quick, Sean. I just wanted to say something in reference to what Cheryl was saying, that the policy requires to have a co-chair. And I just wanted to point out, Cheryl, you may or may not know, but there's some other aspects of this policy that are not followed. And I can point a few out just right now, right? So there are some things in the policy that are not followed anyway. So, perhaps that makes it easier to recognize that the policy is not serving us at the moment, and we need to think of something completely different.
And if I could jump into that a little bit, if you do have parts of the policy that you're concerned aren't being followed, please get those forwarded to us. We'd like to look into those and certainly give them the credit that they deserve. Outside of that, talk a little bit about the nomination process. Lauren and Lisa, can you talk a little bit about how people can nominate for the two positions, again, co-chair and co-secretary, to be received by November 26th, and the vote then taking place on November 30th. Can you talk about the nomination process?
Correct. So, and I can have Lauren jump in here as well. The policy indicates that nominations can be sent directly to myself and Lauren at the same time to nominate for co-chair and co-secretary at the statewide level.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Upon receiving those nominations, Lauren then reaches out to the nominee and asks them to provide, if they would like to provide, a written statement regarding their interest in the position, their vision, what they'd like to see occur, and what they want to be a part of, just kind of what their ideas are. Because like this group has talked about, as we move into policy revision and maybe creating those job descriptions, it's just a really great way for people to get to know one another since we haven't been able to meet in person. Lauren, did I miss anything?
You're on mute, Lauren. Sorry.
I don't know. She's having some technical difficulties.
You're on mute, Lauren.
Okay, she's got her thumb up. I must have said it correctly. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lisa and Lauren. So that's the process. If you have nominations for those two positions, please send them to Lauren and Lisa on the same email would be helpful. And we'll go from there. Secretary.
The voting, could you talk a little bit about the voting process then, Lisa, and if Lauren has got her network squared away?
Correct. So we were going to follow the same process that was used last year. In fact, Rhonda can even speak probably more to it through a Google poll that was sent directly to all of the SFC representatives. They then selected their candidates, and those results went back to the two co-chairs to review. And so, Rhonda, you have probably a little bit more knowledge on that. Do you have anything to add?
No, I do know that Geneva did do a presentation on that, but yeah, but always we've had that it's a that we don't put out which way each person voted. It so that because some people weren't comfortable with that. They want to vote, but then they don't necessarily want their name attached to the voting.
But voting is a private matter. Voting is a private matter. Yes, understood.
Thank you, Rhonda.
Can you help me understand who voted last year? What was the scope of the people allowed to vote?
Voting last year was done by the statewide family reps, and they were the only ones allowed and given a link to the. We set it up as like a survey, and it listed the different people, and then we closed it at a certain point, and then Geneva sent out the announcement of who was elected.
Thank you, Rhonda. I appreciate that. Go
Sean,
ahead.
one point of clarification. So just to be clear, last year, the vote took place. It was a private vote, but it was a vote of the statewide family council representatives only, and not additional, not just anybody who showed up for a particular meeting or something like that. Okay, understood. Well, thank you for that clarification.
We have a few
And
more.
not in policy, it's not clear in policy how the actual process works. So that is on the list for the policy revision.
Thank you, Secretary Strange. I see a question from a person with the 310-8853 number. Please go ahead.
I'm wondering.
You're cutting out.
I'm wondering if you could. I'm sorry, this is Noreen Light. I'm hoping that you could please give the email address to which the nominees should be sent. I heard the names, but not the email addresses. Thank you.
Okay, Lisa, if you'll give your email address right now, that'd be great.
And Lauren.
Lisa, go ahead and give your email address, and then Lauren, please give yours. Thank you. Ellen H.
Yes, this is Ellen Hargrove from Airway Heights. Regarding last year's election, Rachel Bisbee is our state rep, and she sent out an email to all of the local family council members asking who they preferred that she vote for. So everyone had the opportunity to send that email and respond to her email and indicate who they would want for the co-chair and the secretary. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So in the chat right now, for those on the phone who can't see it, Lisa Flynn's email address is ljflynn@doc1.wa.gov. Again, ljflynn@doc1.wa.gov. And if we could get Lauren, you're not on speaker. If you could type yours into the chat, that would be great, and we can share that as well. Another question from, trying to see it. I can't see who it is. There is a Kaylani Walker.
I'm still here. Hi. So accountability is such a huge thing here. From what I understand, and just clarity, last year there was someone that was able to vote that was not on statewide family council. And you stated that there was, yep, I'm going to keep bringing this up, and I see people shaking their head. It's all about accountability for me. And so when you say that it was done through Google poll, I assume that is public records.
That's a question we'll probably have to ask our public disclosure unit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kehlani. Wendy Dubinsky.
Hi, this is Wendy from WSP. I wanted to comment also that last year when we were asked to do the voting,
Wendy, we can't hear you. Somebody
Wendy?
Wendy, your voice is not coming through very well.
Wendy? Can you hear? It's like you're talking with helium. We're having trouble.
So if everybody can put themselves on mute and let Wendy speak, that would be great. It still
Wendy,
sounds.
maybe it's best if you just put it in the chat.
Okay, all right, I'll do that. Sorry, I have some big comments.
We appreciate your.
I have to say that there is a function in Teams that you can create different voices. And I suspect that somebody perhaps in your household clicked on the Donald Duck voice. It is a function in some of the chats. I've noticed that before. So that could be what is going on. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you. You sound like one of the teachers. Thank you. Well, I sound like it too now, don't I? No? Okay. 253-310-8853, please.
This is
253.
Noreen. This is Noreen. I just wanted to say we don't know what that person's voice sounds like, and she may be using some type of mechanical means of voicing for herself. So let's leave it at that without the comments on what it sounds like. Thank you.
Certainly no harm intended there. I was just saying that there is that function in Teams, and that could be what's going on. But your point is very well taken, and thank you.
Looks like Wendy popped off and she just came right back on. Wendy, do you want to try again?
Yes. Am I Donald Duck still?
No, ma'am, you are perfect.
Okay. You know, I had problems with Teams earlier and somehow I had 2 copies. So I went out and I came back in. So anyway, I apologize. I wanted to comment about last year's process. We did, I also, as the other person mentioned, solicited all of the WSP representatives, our family members, local, and took their input, and I submitted my vote for the co-chair position. And there is some email. I was trying to look at this, but you know, when you're on Teams, it's kind of hard to look at your email. But there were email notes from Geneva to the team. She had a document that showed how many people voted or how many of the votes went where for the election last year. So that is out there. So I want you to know that it wasn't, you know, it was documented. So you might want to research that. It was through Geneva.
Thank
So,
you.
okay, thanks.
Did you have anything else, Wendy, outside of that?
Not at this point. Well, I guess I should say I'm really glad we're having this discussion. It has been a pretty tumultuous period of time here, trying to figure out what was going on and going back and forth and everything. But I really feel like it sounds like we're going to get things on track. We're going to figure this out. We are going to allow people to get input from their local family councils. I've already started that with who we thought was vice co-chair, and now we'll do that with the co-chair position. So, you know, patience in all this, trying to get it squared away, I think is really important. And I'm glad we have till the end of the month to get that lined up. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Wendy. Suzanne Cooksey?
Hi, I just wanted to reiterate that the same as Wendy. Last year, I reached out to my LFC and collected their votes, and that's how I voted by majority. I've been doing the same thing this year with the candidates for the co-chair so far. Whatever happens by the day I leave, which is actually Tuesday when I pick up my nephew, will be handed over to Anna, who will be taking over for me as state rep. So she'll get all the information I've collected. She may have to start over, but at least she'll have it. So I just wanted to let you know we really do try to listen to our LFC before we make any votes.
Thank you for that. One of the things I learned this year a lot, especially with the COVID response, we have a person who works in with us, and one of the things he closes out most of his discussions with is assume good intentions. And for that, I like to think about where I know that the leadership of the organization right now, we are assuming good intentions on everybody's part, and would also are hoping that folks can do the same for us. So, Amija?
Thank you very much. Again, bringing a perspective from local council, I want to say that COVID has impacted participation. So if there is a process that has been occurring that was prior to COVID and people are still moving that process, and you're seeing that it's the same faces on the council, statewide and family councils, that do not look so much like those who are most impacted in that system, then something is wrong. It's not the people are coming with great hearts to do this work. I think anybody that wants to be on a council and come in there are great. I mean, that's great intentions. I truly believe that in sincerest way. But the way the system is playing it out, it is neglecting voices. It is preventing voices, and there is a reality that things look very different on the inside from those who want to be on council for numerous reasons. So when I joined right before COVID, hoping to join, willing to drive up, sometimes could be 2 hours, but willing to do it. Then COVID hit, then not only that, phone calls and then Zooms came in, but also the manner of how the council moved. We were more or less just trying to learn about the safety and health of the folks inside. That was a priority over some of the other things. And even each facility is still itself moving to adjust to some new normality. So I just want to highlight that there might have been an old way things were working that I don't think were working because it was racially inequitable and not enough diversity. But even now, to go back to that and highlight that there has to be a more intentional shift if you want a different outcome. And it has to come down, do you want a different outcome? Do you want those voices that oftentimes are not heard at those tables and those experiences? And if you want those things, then this statewide family council will do something a little bit different and try to be as innovative as it can navigating a current structure, because I know that's also a barrier that can be more inclusive of the voices. And I want to be a part of that, to be honest. I prefer statewide because of the impact, because there's this families who might be locally around me, but they're spread all out. So if I can put my name in the hat, I'm putting my name in the hat. I don't know if I need to be nominated by somebody on the statewide council.
I'll nominate you, but I gotta ask them a question first. This is Dua Rahima, but I need to make sure. So I'm gonna just jump in since yeah. So that's my question. It's like I want to nominate a woman of color, and I know, and we both know from being in the workplace in different rooms and everything else, that it's really difficult for Black women to get respect in rooms, especially when you're coming in there and the room is white and everybody from DOC is white. There's nobody that looks like us. What kind of support are you guys going to give both on the family, the local family side, the statewide, and on DOC? Because I want to nominate Amija because she needs to be there, but what kind of support will you give her as a woman of color, as a Black woman of color? Because we all know we're treated a little different from white women. I'm not going to say all white women, but we are treated a little different. There's so much disparate impact in the workplace that this room is no different. I did it. I felt it when I was statewide rep for Coyote Ridge and Airway Heights. So I felt it.
Thank you so much for that, Dua and Amija. I don't know that we can answer what kind of support we'll give you, but I do know that we're going to most likely bring Dr. Adrienne Thompson back into the mix to help talk about some of these issues. And so I appreciate that.
What about staff? Is there any other staff of color with high position that comes into the statewide family council? Because we would like to see some staff different than just white staff.
Yes.
So I don't care what color they are and but we just need to see some diversity from DOC as well. We can't talk about LFCs need diversity when there's no diversity in DOC on the top level that come into the rooms.
I've certainly heard your message loud and clear, and I agree with you. So I think that that's a very important message to bring back. We do want voices heard at the table. We do want to make sure that we are listening to what you're saying, Dua. Thank you.
Okay, then another thing, so like they're talking about drafting policy, we need to get the input of those most that are inside because this is for them. And I agree with what the person said earlier, because the only reason why we have a local family council is to support the families and the statewide council, but we also need the input of what our loved ones want in the description of what we're supposed to do on all levels on the local family council and statewide. So that would be helpful.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anna, and then we'll turn it over to the next topic.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that I think Dua Rahima is raising a very important point when she's asking what type of support that person will get. Because personally, I have participated over the years in many work groups. When I hear the word work group, now from that time on, I will never participate in any work group because work groups get nothing done. We spend our time participating in a work group. Nobody knows what we're doing. It seems like it's just a box that gets checked that we worked with families, but there's no result. And I'm just being completely honest. I hope you understand. I have good intentions here. I just want to speak the truth. So what Dua Rahima is saying is, yes, we will nominate a person of color. Hopefully that person is elected. But as a co-chair, what type of support from DOC, what type of weight will that position have? How can they best represent us? And I think that's what's important because many people do not want to be in this position, myself included, for one simple reason is that we don't make any difference. We just spend our time, but there's no difference. So I think this is something that's very important that as we go through this policy change that we have to realize. I would in a heartbeat participate in another work group if I knew that the goal was truly to create a positive impact for the incarcerated people. I'll be all in any day, but I have not experienced that yet.
Thank you, Anna. So all good comments, things that we'll definitely take into account, listen to, come up with potential solutions for things. Thank you all for participating in the election process discussion. Going to turn it back over to Secretary Strange so that we can do some secretary time.
Very good. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that we spent the time we needed to hear voices on that topic. So thank you for that. I just want to take a minute and welcome everybody to the Statewide Family Council meeting. It is so great that you are here. I know it's challenging. I want to thank those local family council reps and Lauren as the statewide co-chair for your service this last year. It's been a difficult time with COVID-19. Has been running the state of Washington and pretty much running the world for some 650 days. And I just want to acknowledge the hardship that has created on your loved ones, the hardship it has created on the representatives of the local family council and statewide family council. There has been some interesting things that have come out of this, if you can say interesting, the ability to do a virtual platform, which has created the opportunity to include more people in this. That happened at the legislature as well. So in being able to participate and provide testimony for our state rule makers and lawmakers, as well as here in the DOC. So, I see us continuing that capacity. I know that these comment I heard earlier, you come, you participate in this, and even virtually for 5 hours. That was, as we trace that back, we see that was born out of, because family members from all over the state took their time and their money and their resources to get into the in-person meeting. They were long because they were rare. They were the ability to come virtually now. I look forward to talking with the Statewide Family Council about, come January, do we try for a meeting in person and a hybrid of other family members coming in through Zoom or Teams? That is something that we look forward to talking about and deciding collectively with our process, which is co-chairs, local family council members. I want to tell you that we continue to have major changes going on inside the department. I'll talk a minute about changes in leadership. As you know, we have a new Assistant Secretary for the Health Services Administration, a long standing individual who has been with the Department of Corrections in the past in many different roles. Coming back to us after leaving DSHS and coming back to us, and that's David Flynn. You'll hear from him a little bit today. Former Senator Jeannie Darneal joins us. She is here today, and she is the Assistant Secretary for the new Women's Division. And we're excited. She's going to be talking with you today as well. And I noticed, I didn't see him on the list, but I saw a response from him, and that's Chris Poulos, the former executive director of the Reentry Council, has joined our staff as the Director of Human-Centered Services. He's with us today. You might not know that, but he's not identified on the program, but we'll help him with that. And he's here, and I'm going to invite him to also jump in. There are other changes going on outside the department, and I think everybody maybe is aware. I don't know, but we say goodbye to Joanna Carnes as the director of the Office of the Correctional Ombuds. Joanna has served her role with distinction. Startup is never easy, and Joanna ends her term. And we would like to welcome, and I don't believe that Sonia Hallam, who is taking on, we all know Sonia as the Criminal Justice Policy Advisor for the Governor's Office, and a big proponent of getting the Office of the Correctional Ombuds up and running in legislation. So working with the legislature on that. She will be taking a temporary interim role as the interim or acting director of the Office of the Correctional Ombud. So I don't see her name here. She may be on this call. I don't know. I think she was going to try to jump in for a minute.
And I am here, Cheryl.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. Hi, Sonia.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I want to talk a minute about COVID response. As you know, we see the numbers going down, down, down. It's the number of COVID, both staff and our incarcerated individuals in our care and custody. Those numbers go down. They go down across the state. Washingtonians are getting vaccinated, and we have seen a decline. And I'm excited. I don't want to take Mike Obenlin's thunder away, our Assistant Secretary of the Men's Prison Division, But I do want to share with you, if you don't know already, we are going to be expanding visitation opportunities. So I'll let him talk more about that. We continue to monitor the situation very closely. Our Emergency Operations Center remains open and very active in the management of COVID-19 across the department. And I just want to thank all those family members who are able to stay in contact with their loved ones. It hasn't been easy virtually. I'm glad that visitation has opened up. It's not easy to get there. There are many families who cannot get to visit their loved ones, and we know that. As we think about the future of corrections and how to really focus on human-centeredness, like how can we create a correctional system that allows for the individual who's incarcerated to get the services and the care and that they need while in custody, to go out and be successful husbands, fathers, how do we help with that while in the time that we have with your loved ones? And we know how much being close to family matters in that situation. So as we think about the future of corrections and how we can minimize that movement, it's going to take a village to lift that. Certain programs aren't available in certain areas, but it is an all hands on deck moment. And we're excited to really think about corrections going forward. I'm happy to report that we have found our stakeholder communication platform. It's called Get Response. This is a very interesting platform. It allows all interested parties, including family members, loved ones, stakeholders, to be kept informed about our activities going on in the department, as well as receive information, have correspondence. We have, since I've been here 6 months, the end of this month, and we have been working really hard to find a mechanism of the mechanisms that are available to have survey capacity, to increase transparency across every of the 13,000 individuals we have in our care and custody, not to mention those on community supervision, those in our work releases, to create a mechanism to communicate effectively and broadly. Some of the comments we heard today about inclusion and equity and diversity, we have to come into the technology of today and the future to get word out so that people can get involved instead of a spreadsheet with people's email addresses on them. That is just not okay. So I just wanted to tell you about that. I'm also very interested, and it is evident to me since our last meeting, just how many vacant local family councils we have. We have, according to the document I have, we have vacancies at Clallam Bay, Cedar Creek, Olympic, and WCC. And perhaps this is old, but MCC a little bit. We have got and we have got to change that. We have got to try to figure out a way, and I'm hoping with this platform, Get Response, which we hope to have operational by sometime in January. Jackie Coe, our communications director, tells me yesterday that she is aiming for January. So there's implementation, there's IT, there's software stuff we've got to put on computers and do that sort of stuff. I think that's aggressive, but I'm not gonna, we are targeting in January. So I'll leave it at that. But this is an opportunity, I think, for the prisons division to really try to, along with the statewide family council and other local council, to be able to get local family council activity and councils going at these other facilities. So let's see. I will end with that and look forward to the rest of the day, and we'll leave it at that. Lauren and Lisa, I don't know if are we holding questions then to the town hall component, or how do you all see that moving forward?
Sure. Are there any questions for Secretary Strange right now? Okay. Not seeing any. We have the opportunity to maybe take a 10-minute break here and then start with the introduction of Mr. Obenland. Is everybody good with a 10-minute break? Okay, I see some thumbs up, and it is currently 11:25. If everybody would rejoin us at 11:35, please. Thank you. Hello, everyone. We have about 1 minute left and we'll get started again. All right, welcome back, everyone. Just as a reminder for those who may not have been with us this morning, the Statewide Family Council is a recorded live video event, so we record that for you so you can see it later. In addition to those who are joining us via telephone, you have the ability to raise your hand by using *5. And then also to mute yourself using *6. So if you have any difficulties with that, please let us know. Again, for those who have a little challenge actually hearing the conversations, there is the option to do captions, live captions, by going to the top of your screen, going to the 3 dots to the right of the smiley face with the hand, and clicking on the turn on live captions option. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Secretary Strange to introduce Mr. Obenland.
Thank you, Lisa. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you got a little bit of a break. It is my pleasure to introduce, as you may recall, Assistant Secretary Mike Obenland, who's over the Men's Prison Division. Mike was on the agenda for the September meeting, but as you may recall, he and Sean Murphy attended the funeral of a fallen officer here at the DOC. So, Mike, thank you for being here today. And without further ado, Mike is going to tell us a little bit about himself and be available to answer any questions and just have a little chat. So, Mike, thank you.
All right, good morning. Thank you for the introduction. So I think probably there's certainly a lot of folks out there that know me from my previous roles, but I've been in my current position now since September 1st, and I'm really looking forward to the challenges moving ahead, because we have some unique challenges and unique opportunities with our with the women's division starting up, so I'm looking forward to that. And then just with reimagining our facilities in the reduction of our population, which is really, in my 30-year career, we just haven't seen it. We've seen a growth and not nearly the reductions that we have going on right now. So really looking forward to that. So a little bit about me is I'm new to this position. I've been with the DOC 33 years. So I've worked at several of the different facilities around the state, Clallam Bay twice, Monroe twice, Cedar Creek twice. I was at Coyote Ridge back when it was just a small facility, and been at Stafford Creek when it opened up in the year 2000. So I've got a wide range of experience and with a lot of the different custody levels. And so I've had the opportunities to really build relationships with our incarcerated folks out there and our staff in the different facilities, as well as our labor organizations. So looking forward to that. And so as Secretary Strange mentioned, we are 600 and plus days, 600 plus days into our pandemic. And so I know that that's really taken a toll on everybody. You as a family members and your loved ones in our facilities and our staff as well. And so when we think that we're ready to kind of make a move towards reopening, then we might have another outbreak or something like that, that causes us to pause again. And so, as you know, on October 18th of this year, there was the proclamation, the governor's proclamation that that required all state employees to be fully vaccinated. And so, with that, we are excited to be able to hopefully see certainly a decline in our COVID cases inside of our facilities. And so now we're working on what it looks like to get booster shots, because there's certainly some folks that early on received vaccinations and now are eligible for booster shots. So we're looking forward to moving that forward, not only with our incarcerated but our staff as well. And what I'm really interested in now is we've kind of seen a plateau in our numbers of positive cases in our facilities. And this time last year was right after Halloween. It was when we really started to see an increase in our cases in our facilities. And certainly through the holidays, it really spiked and probably made it through February of this year, when we had a whole bunch of cases out there in our facilities. So our kind of the way we're trending right now is that we are not seeing that spike after Halloween like we did last year. And so that's a good indicator so far that we're trending in the right direction. And certainly after next week with Thanksgiving and that holiday, I think that from the community standpoint, I think that we'll probably not see a huge increase in our facilities as well. So I'm really looking forward to that. So we have, as mentioned, we starting on December 1st, we will be increasing our visitation times to 3 days a month versus only the 1 day a month now. And we're really looking forward to being able to increase that even more as we get down the road. And because I know that seeing your family is paramount in their success. So we are looking forward to be able to open that up even more. We are still in our facilities, still doing some cohorting. And so we have to still have to have minimal amounts of people congregated together in the different areas, in our program areas, in our visit rooms and such. But we're now we're definitely making a shift towards, I think that we're figuring out how to live with COVID and not waiting for necessarily it to be over, because I don't know that is going to happen anytime soon. And so I think we're making the shift to the safe start and really learning how to live with it and do things in a way that mitigates the risk for everybody, but we can get back to some sense of a normal. We are, as you know, going through a decline in our population, and so with that, we've working through some unit closures, and we've closed some units already at Monroe at the Reformatory. We've closed a unit at Larch. We've closed a unit at Mission Creek. We've closed a unit at WCCW. We've closed a unit at the Washington State Penitentiary, and some units at Clallam Bay as well. So that's a good thing in that that our prison population is going down, and so that, as mentioned, we get to really start thinking about what that looks like for our future in the agency, and we're down to just a little over 12,000 incarcerated individuals from high of over 18,000. So a pretty significant drop in our overall population. And so I think we have a unique opportunity here. And I know that the Secretary's been, we've spoken a few times about what does our future look like, and how do we really reimagine what we're doing, and really focus on our reentry and our safe and humane facilities. So looking forward to that. Let's see. I think that's any questions so far. All right.
You had one.
Oh,
You have two up now. One for Paula Bond is first, and followed by Anna.
Hi, I'm the Mission Creek rep, and I'm very interested in knowing at what point will DOC be considering closing prisons as opposed to units?
So we haven't really had any conversations about closing prisons in general. When we, when the discussions first started happening 18 or so months ago, a year ago, that we had focused on that at that time, not closing prisons in a whole prison, and we had focused on doing unit closures, and we really haven't talked about closing a particular facility, but certainly some units around the state. And I don't know that we'll have those conversations or not, but we just haven't yet.
Well, I just want to point out, and I'll shut up, that if you closed Mission Creek and moved the 133 women back to WCCW, there would still be 400 empty beds, and there are 200 women slated to leave in the next 2 years. So I think it's a valid question.
I think I can help with that a little bit. So one of the things that we're faced with is with closures. A couple of things that we want to make sure we do. We want to make sure that we stay connected with the facilities and the locations as much as possible that is closest to a reentry point for an individual. And so our primary effort has been focused on closing units as opposed to full facilities. I don't believe at this point we do have an intent to close Mission Creek. Outside of that, one thing or a couple of things to consider is the overall impacts that has not only to the incarcerated population, to their education programs, to their vocational programs, to their health services needs, but we aren't trying to move people as much as well through this process. And so although it will happen some, we are definitely not trying to move people across the board and have as little impact as we can on their families and on them and their stability. Secretary Strange, you have something to add?
Well, I would just add, I think former Senator Darneal, we hear her referred to as Citizen Darneal these days, but Jeannie's gonna, I suspect, during her comments, is very interested in hearing what family council members have to say about closures and that sort of thing. Keep in mind that we did what we call a warm closure. I don't think it's not on the future agenda to talk about a prison closure. We did soft closures, unit closures, which means we keep the heat on and we keep the electricity going. Once you do a hard closure, it really ruins the facility to never be used again. We are not clear what the future census is. We believe that the legislature and the executive branch, our governor, are having a lot of conversations about reducing prison populations. The courts have been kind of, with COVID, they haven't processed as many cases. Jails have not seen as many cases. Law enforcement has not made as many arrests. So, having said that, what we don't want to do is close a prison. It takes about a year for it to turn to garbage if we need it. So I think it's the best thing I could say about it that's fair is that it's TBD, to be determined. And there is a lot of reimagining going on in the women's space, in the men's space, about how we move forward. Do you close a facility or do you repurpose it? But anyway, I don't want to take away from Jeannie Darnielle's or Mike Obenlin's opportunity to talk about that. So, more to come, right? More to come. And we don't want to waste money closing something and have it, get full of mold, lose the staff. We want to be really very careful. It's not flipping a switch, it's turning a dial. So it just keep our eye on that dial. So thank you, Sean, for the opportunity to talk.
Much appreciated. Jeannie, did you have any to add to that?
Sure. Thank you very much, Sean. I'm just going to say hello to everyone. And this is a slightly different hat that I'm wearing in our meeting today than I have in prior visits with the council. I did resign from my position in the legislature in order to take the opportunity presented to really implement what the department's been working on for 15 years around the development of gender responsive practices and trauma-informed care for women, particularly as we start this process in our system. So I am on day 5 today of joining the staff, and I'm still smiling, and my learning curve, which I thought would be steep, is very steep, and I am going to be, of course, doing a lot of listening and learning in this short term. And then I actually am going to be going through the core training that all staff who are frontline staff are taking. And we're going to really build upon the skills that I brought forward. I've had a lot of experience with the department. As some of you know, I was chair of the Human Services Reentry and Rehabilitation Committee in the Senate. And I've served on committees addressing the conditions of incarceration for almost 2 decades. And but I also worked at Tacoma Community College in the education program that worked with WCCW, and that was 41 years ago. But I also had 2 contracts with the department when I directed the Pierce County AIDS Foundation that were specific to the HIV care of people in our prison system. So I've had a lot of contact, and I'm hoping to build upon all of that and my relationships with you and other agency collaborators to really move the dial on this topic. We are facing a change in personnel at WCCW. Jennifer Cotton has accepted a position with the Department of Social and Health Services, sadly, and so we're going to have some change, and we're going to build upon the good structures that we have available to us. So I'm really looking forward to continuing to build relationships with all of you. I've talked with Babs Roberts, who is the chair of the Family Council for WCCW, an old friend, and also Lauren Taylor, another old friend from many years. So, as mentioned, and I appreciate you bringing it up around the census change, my involvement with WCCW included some real strategizing about how to address 111% overcapacity issue that we had several years ago, just to the points that Secretary Strange has brought up about being careful about looking at the reductions right now and wondering if they're permanent or if we're going to continue to see a downslope. But we had some distinct, commingled kind of issues that were brought through this whole pandemic, of course, with COVID, The governor wanted to release as many people as he could to be able to reduce the census and be able to create some sort of social distancing. We had the Blake decision in late February that immediately opened the doors for jails and prisons for people to be released. We have further implementation of the community parenting alternative. We have more implementation of the graduated reentry program. Many of you know about 6164 because I hear from you, which was a bill that would allow the prosecutors to go back and look at excessive sentences to see if they wanted to allow a person to go back to court for resentencing. And we've of course had some movement on the robbery, taking robbery 2 off of the 3 strikes list, which has mostly that's affected people in the men's prisons, but there were over 100 people affected by that bill. So much to be determined as we come out of COVID, and I appreciate everything Secretary Strange said about sort of the question that is the large looming question about whether or not our census will go up. But again, thank you so much for giving me a couple of minutes, and I will be glad to be on future agendas if you have specific questions as we unpack this gender responsive and trauma informed more of a social work model out at WCCW and Mission Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. Really appreciate that. Anna and then Shantae.
Yes, my question is for Mike. Mike, I have a few questions here that I received from the incarcerated people inside that I wanted to ask you. So first question is, visiting schedule on the web portal is only through December. When will it be updated? Because people are trying to make arrangements to come here from other states and they cannot schedule a visit for January.
So that's a great question. The information just went out, I believe it was yesterday, to increase the time from 1 to 3 days a month for visitation. And so I'm going to have to find out on Monday what that looks like from scheduling aspects into January and February. And so I don't have that answer, but I will find out on Monday.
Sounds like Lisa might have it.
Lisa, do you have that answer?
Yes, let me help just a little bit. What we're doing right now, Anna, is Liz is working with the facilities to develop the schedules. When Mike talked about the unit closures and moving folks around, we had to do some correction in the form stack. And so she's actually working on that right now with our experts that create those electronic programs for families to be able to use to schedule. So our hope is that just as soon as we just received information yesterday on the projections for unit closures, and then also on the possibility of how we would move folks around in particular facilities so that we would know how the cohorting schedule is. So we're still coordinating with the facilities on the cohorting schedules to match the visit schedules. They'll create the updates in form stack, and then we will expand the ability to schedule out into January and February.
Thank you, Lisa. It sounds like it's going to be a significant effort. Do you expect maybe another month until this will be resolved?
I think they're moving very quickly with it, but what I can do is add an update in the minutes when we send this SFC minutes out.
That would be great. And I have another visiting question that I don't know whether it should go to you or to Mr. Obenland, but it's regarding special visits and wedding ceremonies, in-person wedding ceremonies. And let me first address the special visits. So I understand that you guys have expanded the number of visits from 1 to 3, which is great. But special visits for those people who are traveling from long distance or even other states, I'm not sure I understand where the department stands on that. So if somebody has already arrived to the facility and has the ability to have a 3-hour visit, whether they have a 3-hour or a 6 hours, it doesn't make a difference for contracting COVID, right? It seems like if they can be there for 3 hours, they can be there for 6 hours. Is that something that you have considered?
So I I do know that we have the ability to, that each superintendent has the ability to authorize any special visits that need to happen. And it's really taken on a case by case basis. And, certainly going to be limited because we just want to, try and have the equity piece available and making sure that, people get the opportunities to visit with their cohort. But I encourage people, if they're looking for a special visit, to work with that facility superintendent directly, because they're the ones that are going to take those on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, and then in-person wedding ceremonies, any thoughts on that? Or any plans, rather?
Can I assist you with that, Mike?
Please.
So at this time, Anna, the Safe Start changes that were just rolled out that all of you are aware of and are updated on the website, those are pretty much the changes that will be taking place, giving us the opportunity to follow CDC recommendations to make a change and then assess the outcomes. And so, as most of you are aware, we're also in the middle of flu season. And so the department continues to take a proactive approach following CDC guidelines and Department of Health. So we're making these changes on December 1st, and then we're going to assess how things are going for approximately 60 days before we make any additions, which should include the next stages for resuming the possibility of in-person marriages.
Okay. And the last questions, I just really want to address.
Can I jump in real quick? I want to make sure that we get everybody's questions here if we can. Want to honor that as much as we can. Then 4 questions per person might be a little over. Go ahead, real quick.
I'll put it in the chat box then. Or can I address it now? I'll make it quick. So the last question here is that in light of DOC's diversity and inclusion commitment, can API-CAG, this is Asian Pacific Islander Cultural Group, be recognized at a local level, just like BPC? Because my understanding is that the representatives from this group, they have been writing letters to superintendents locally, and they're not being recognized as a cultural group. Lisa?
So yes, one of the things we probably should have done is introduced everyone to our new statewide religious and cultural program specialist, Fred Ivy. So he is new to the programs and services unit, and what he will be doing is working with individuals, for example, that group, along with Hispanic, other groups. But we started this work. I tried to start this work before COVID, and COVID kind of took over. So now Fred's going to start reaching out and creating all those invitations for the folks that joined me the first time around. I think Dua was there, Portia was there. There was all sorts of folks from the community. And then we're going to start building a new cultural policy, and that will be part of that. We'll have discussions regarding that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Shante and then Gwen.
Can I say something real quick? It's Dua Rahima. It's both. Dua Rahima. That's my name. Dua Rahima.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for correcting me.
Shante and then Gwen.
Okay, I just had a quick question about the visitation changes. With the increase in visits, is there an increase in people? I asked this at the last one for the larger families with more children. It's still, with it being 3 visitors, it's limited to 2 children and 1 adult. And for the larger families, that doesn't work. So regardless of whether or not there's 3 visits a month, if all the kids can't go, it doesn't make any sense.
So Lisa, as part of the Safe Start, did you all have conversations about that? And it definitely is a valid question.
We did propose the expansion, thought about some different ideas we could do in the individual visit rooms by putting tables together and reducing it by 1 table to keep the social distancing. At this time, our clinical team does not support the expansion, and so it's retained at the same number of visitors.
So what I am definitely committed to doing is circling back around with our clinical group and having some discussions about how we can do that in a safe manner, because it really it's a great question and a valid concern. So
Thank you.
Gwen.
Hi, this is Gwen. I'm the Coyote Ridge statewide rep, and I had a question about the closures that are happening at Coyote Ridge with taking away the minimum units and putting all the guys in medium. What was when medium? I know that it is a lot more cost effective to leave minimum units open, so I'm just curious of why you guys would take that away.
So essentially, the way our classification model works is we can house people that are minimum custody in our medium custody units. But what we cannot do is house our medium custody folks in our minimum custody units. And in terms of the staffing, it's really about the same in how we staff that. And what we've really found out is through the course of the COVID is the what we call the wet cells, the cells that have the the toilet and sink inside the rooms there are certainly at a reduced risk of spreading COVID than the dry cell units where everybody goes to the central point for the showers and the restrooms and such. And so what we've done is really evaluated long term if what makes the most sense, and when we looked at it, it really makes more sense having the medium units open than it does the minimum units. And as the secretary mentioned earlier, these are all warm closures, and so if if we need to open up things later down the road, and we will do that. And so I don't know, Mr. Murphy, would you have anything else to say about that?
Sure. One of the other things is we made some significant changes to our classification model, and the classification model allowed folks that weren't eligible for camp prior to, so people who were under 4 years were the only ones eligible for camp placement. We moved that to 6 years. And when we moved that to 6 years, that allowed a lot more people to be permitted at a lower custody level. And that changed the numbers of people that we have at MI3, which is long-term minimum, versus MI2, which is a low risk or short-term minimum. And so that made an adjustment to do so. One of the other challenges with that is to operate a major facility. It's oftentimes best, especially when you're trying to create jobs for individuals, to have a minimum custody facility to support the activity that happens outside the grounds at the facility. And so allowing that group of folks that were MI2 custody to move down to the camp at Coyote Ridge helped us out with some of those numbers. And then additionally, as Mr. Obenlund had talked about, the transition of folks from an MI3 custody into a medium building, our classification system allows us to do that. What we will be doing is looking at what is available for opportunity at that, I think it's C unit, as we move folks over at Coyote Ridge, and mirror as much as possible the operations that happen in MI3. And so those custody level differences, the opportunities that are provided, the out of cell time that's provided will be changed over. As it relates to the classification, or excuse me, the costs of those two buildings, there isn't a significant cost difference between an MI3 building and a medium custody building. They both require a very similar amount of staff. And so what cost wasn't a factor. It was really about having more eligible people to promote to a lower custody level or be housed in this other custody level. So our population changes with the GRE expansion and with minimum custody made our numbers different.
So are they still considered minimum custody then in the
Yeah.
medium unit?
Yes, long-term minimum custody is what they're considered. Any other questions on that?
No, thank you so much.
Lydia, please.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Well, it's actually, okay. Anyways, one of the things I'd like to suggest is that we have the facility co-chairs join the statewide meetings with us. I think that then gives us more clarification, puts us all on the same page. Then it's not so frustrating when we have the local family council meetings and then we're told that's an HQ decision, or if we mention something that we've heard at the statewide meeting, we hear, well, we didn't get that information. So I think it would be really helpful, as well as them to hear the entire group, the local family councils for the other facilities, so we can all have some consistency between all of them. And then I want to go back to the closures and consolidations, specifically for Stafford Creek. We've been told for several months that H3 and H4 would be closing, but we're getting that they don't have the information. And so the question then comes up with, if they're closing those, how are they handling all these transfers that are coming in? There have been a lot from Cedar Creek that have moved in, some from Monroe. So I'd like to kind of have an idea of, will they be closing it, when they'll be closing, and what will they do with those that are there once the buildings are closed? Thank you.
Mike, would you like me to take that, or do you want to take it?
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
So again, the numbers continue to reduce in the system. And so I think we're at 4,500 beds that are empty right now, and those numbers continue to drop each week, which is a great thing. And so what will happen inevitably is as beds, as we continue to reduce the numbers, the need for those beds is also going to reduce, and it's anticipated that we will then get to closure at that point. At this point, we are not prepared to close those 2 units, and we are working closely with labor partners to determine timeframes that we can do so.
So then I can tell those that are in H3 and H4 that there is no current date to close those, so they don't continue to have the questions of where are they going to move us. Is that what I'm hearing?
Mike, do you have a date?
Yeah, we we don't have a date of when H3 or H4 at Stafford is going to warm close. We just don't have those dates yet, because right now we're still working on the reformatory. We're still working on the Coyote Ridge units, and so those are going to happen before Stafford Creek. And so I wish I had a date, but I just don't at this point.
Well, it's helpful to know there isn't a date yet, so that it's kind of on hold for them and no worry as to when should we. Oh, so that reminds me of another question. With some of the moves that are happening from facility to facility, can you clarify some of the rumors that we're hearing that the incarcerated individuals are having to pay to have their stuff moved?
So what we've done with the big moves, in particular with the folks moving out of the reformatories, we've had correctional industries move that at no cost to the people that are moving out of Monroe. So
did you say no cost? Did you say no cost or low cost?
No cost. So correctional industries is moving that, and so they're taking the regular stuff that they would normally take on the bus, which is really limited amount of property, but and then everything else is we're picking up that cost as an agency.
Now, is it just that facility, or that will be all moves?
So the typical moves that happen from just through regular classification, those may still be handled by that particular individual, but the big moves that we're doing with unit closures, those moves, that property is being moved by us, by the agency, and so we're really not trying to have that cost end up on you or the incarcerated individual.
So can you be, I'm sorry, more specific than trying not to put the cost, so they are being charged in some way, some amount of
So it's not 100% that the agency is picking up the cost. What it is the through the course of regular classification, and there's movement that happens from time to time with people, that is still going to be happening like it normally would. Anything associated with unit closures and the big moves that we have to make of people, that is being picked up by the agency. I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you, Lydia. Paula? Paula Bond, please.
Paula, if you're talking, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
I apologize. My hand didn't get taken down before. I apologize.
Thank you, Paula. Melody?
Hi, I have a couple of questions. I'm curious, 4 years at camp is a long time. So I'm wondering what the reasoning is behind increasing stays at camp to 6 years. And I'm just curious if there's some labor needs at CI or DNR where most of these folks work that's promoting that. And then the second thing is just, I wanted to share, I'm hearing a lot of feedback from incarcerated folks that their property is getting lost and broken and not getting to them, and what you're doing to ensure that people's property is being taken care of.
So I will address the first question, Melody. The classification, so a person has a particular release date. The change in classification doesn't change a person's release date. It only changes their eligibility for a lower custody level. And so what we're doing is, as an agency, we're trying to, as much as we can, get people to a lower custody level so that they can get more of, are afforded more privileges, are able to assimilate to more work possibilities, and can start to transition so that they're more successful in the community, because camps look a lot more like the community than the larger prisons do. And we're really trying to assimilate people in a better way to lower custody levels. And on the property piece, I would turn that back to Mike. This may be I know this is the first time I've heard about the property loss, so I'll have to look into that. Mike, do you have any info?
Yeah, so that's really the first time that I had heard that as well. I did see a note from Loretta in the chat that there was some property at Monroe that ended up getting rained on there, and that I did know about. And we're doing the going, guys, sadly, if it got ruined, we'll have to go through the tort process on those things, but we are definitely not going to let that happen again. But I don't know about any other property issues.
We'll definitely take a look at that. Joanne Todd.
Hi. I just want to get back to the custody level with putting minimum custody level in with medium. There's custody levels for a reason. And a lot of our guys work really, really hard to get from one custody level to the next so that they can have the privileges and of the lower level custodies. So I don't really understand the reasoning by putting minimum custody level in with medium, in that because they lose their privileges, and some of the attitudes of DOC staff at the CO level is I hate to use this word, but it's snarkier. I mean, it is. And I think that's entirely unfair to our guys to put them in from minimum into medium when their level is minimum and they've worked hard and they have to, and they've lost something. And I guess I don't, it's hard for our guys, and I'm about the guys. Okay. So Why would you do that?
So you bet, and I get being about the guys. That's a good and important voice to have. And so one of the things that may not be understood fully is at Coyote Ridge, the MI3 facility sits across from the medium facility. They both occupy same spaces. They both go to dining halls in a similar fashion. The only difference is a slight difference in design of the unit. One unit has a fresh air pad that they can go out to on occasion. The other unit does not. Outside of that, the privileges are very, very similar. And what our intent is, because the numbers don't match up perfectly, you have 256 people in a particular unit. If 180 of those folks have to move and integrate somewhere else, what we're doing is we're looking closely at the population that they may have to live with, making sure that people are compatible. We are moving them to the facility where we can reduce the likelihood of COVID spread, which has been a very big challenge, especially in our MI3 units across the state. And then on top of that, getting them as close to privileges as we possibly can over in that other unit to make it look, feel, and be just like the MI3s. Same work location, same work or same ability to go to the same dining hall, same education, many similarities in that. We also are affording them more recreation privileges at Coyote Ridge while while they move over there, and so they'll be seeing very similar benefits to what they had in the MI3 units. Because the numbers aren't clean and the reduction of beds, of course, we will have a bit of mixing of populations. That's pretty limited, and that exists today. I just want to be clear, that has existed for the last, since Coyote Ridge is open, we've had an intermix of population of MI3 people and medium custody people. So this isn't new. This is a change, though, and it is different.
Well, that all may be all well and good for Coyote Ridge. I'm at MCC and the same thing is happening. So I still, there's not a lot that the guys can do about it, but I do want to say that it's real stressful for them, having worked really hard to get to, a lower level custody. And then when they lose their privileges, it's really demoralizing, and they're already demoralized enough. So, I mean, we all understand that they're there because, and it's not DOC's fault that our guys are in your custody, but while they're in your custody, we would like that implies care. And some of the things that is really prevalent with our guys is the depression of being there. They've lost their freedom, which again, that's not DOC's fault, but the freedom that they've lost is punishment. And I just want to put that out there.
Your statements do not go unheard, and I certainly respect what you're sharing about that. We'll continue to work towards a clear understanding of what the differences are, continue to work with the incarcerated population to make sure that we can make that as close to the MI3 privileges that are out there. Mike, you were the superintendent of Monroe. Can you talk about the differences maybe in the privileges between those two units?
So I think if we're talking about Twin Rivers, there's two units that are medium custody at Twin Rivers, and then two that are MI3 custody. And as mentioned, essentially all of the things that happen at the MI3 are happening at the medium. They all program together, they work together. It's just the physical structure is a little bit different. And honestly, I don't know that there was a huge difference in the way each unit was managed, other than again, it's just the physical structure is a little bit different, but essentially all the same privileges were allowed between the MI3 and the medium at Monroe. I'm not as familiar with Coyote Ridge.
It's possible that because they're all bunched up, everybody's been, WSR has shut down units and the A's, they've all crowded together. So it may be that this is just temporary until everything gets straightened out at WSR. Maybe that's the case, but I just want to say that it's demoralizing for our guys. And now I'll be quiet.
Please don't feel the need to be quiet, Joanne, at all. I think that those are very valid challenges, and we're certainly listening to you.
Thank you.
Haskins Tasha.
Yeah, hi, first name Tasha, thank you. This is my first time coming to one of these meetings, and I will definitely be going more so going forward because it's been amazing. But I do have a couple of questions that relate specifically to my demographic, and I think I heard someone mention something along the lines of this, but I would like to know what measures or things that have been implemented, the DOC has implemented as far as diversity, inclusion, race, cultural sensitivity, training, and accountability. What actual things have been put in place for that? What things are being, what are your, specifically this at the CO level more so, are being put in place, and what accountability are they being put under to implement whatever hopefully you guys have put in place, especially in light of things that have taken place in our country over the last couple of years? That's question number one.
I'll take that question. This is Cheryl Strange. Welcome to Tasha, to the council meeting. We're glad you're here. Equitable treatment, becoming anti-racist organization in this agency, as well as other agencies in the executive cabinet, Department of Social and Health Services, all the agencies within the governor's purview are in process right now. As you may know or may not know, the governor this last year created the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion with Dr. Karen Johnson being the director of that entity. There is, and we're proud that she came from our organization, because the department was recognized as having done a lot of work in this space when it came to equitable access to programming, certain kinds of, not that we didn't have a long way to go, but we had been doing some things. And so we're excited that Karen Johnson is in that role in the governor's office. She is leading a very huge effort for which we all are a part of, all the executive cabinet agencies are a part of, in terms of data collection and getting a real look-see at the equity. Just from an agency perspective, just across, whether it's our patient, our people in our care and custody, or those in our jurisdiction, who is that makeup? There is a lot of work going on with Justice McLeod in disproportionate sentencing of women of color. There is a lot of focus on this. And we know that we have a disproportionate number of Black, Indigenous, people of color, tribal members in our care and custody. And that has a lot to do with the sentencing that courts do. So it all kind of comes together. And it's an all boats rise situation in this initiative. So in terms of internal in the organization, and that Dr. Adrian Thompson is a man of color. He is our director. He reports directly to me as the Director of Diversity, Inclusion, and Equity and Respect inside the Department of Corrections. And I made that change and appointed him permanently when I took the job as the Secretary of DOC. We have been conducting a lot of listening sessions. We have been gathering information. This has been a huge effort, gathering information for the Governor's Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and really looking at it. We look at it from impact. We have a new research and data analytics director who starts, I believe, the 15th of December. We are looking at data of who is accessing programs, who gets access to treatment, based on race, and all these major milestones and metrics that we do to work in the department, we are putting a race lens on it so that we can identify the disproportionality. We have a long way to go. We have been making some new appointments recently. You know, you have to ask yourself from, you know, do the staff that work at the department look like the racial mix and the cultural mix of
Right.
people who are in our care and custody, and the importance of that. And you know, we've got to, you know, again, looking at that data. And so you know, I think we've done a lot. I don't think we are anywhere where we can pat ourselves on the back by any means, saying, hey, we're doing this, that, and aren't we, you know, we're done here, or we're just getting started with that. In terms of my view, there is race relations in, you know, this country, a lot of listening sessions. I'm excited that COVID is kind of not running our life. It's still very much a part of our life, and it has the potential to keep running our lives. But leadership, getting out to the facilities, talking with individuals, talking with incarcerated individuals, the leadership of the department, and not the local leadership, because we know that happened, but the broader leadership. So, you know, I'm excited for that to begin in January. I think the leadership has to go to GIMBA, so to, you know, that is the only way that we can have credibility with those in our care and custody, as well as our staff. So I just want to put that is where we are. We have a long way to go. We have we are in process of building our EDI strategic plan, and our work with Amend is a piece of that. There's just a lot of moving parts to it. So I don't know that, Tasha, that I answered your question in whole.
Yeah, you have a really good broad stroke to it. So on a more, really quickly, you guys, on a more practical, I guess, foot soldier, ground level, if you will, a lot of companies obviously that acted abruptly, like, oh my gosh, our country's racist, you know, 2 years ago. But we all know it's been going on for a long time. But a lot of these smaller companies that are non-government entities implemented like direct, immediate training, sensitivity awareness, all kind of stuff for their actual staff members who are going to be interacting with people of color. And so I want to know if like your COs, your actual facility staff are not just listening in with high level authorities, but are people, have they actually, has there been anything incorporated into their training, into their, you know, whether
I understand,
they get into the facility to actually hold them accountable and make them aware? Because as we know, there was no type of any of that in the origination of what, you know, the justice system was about in the first place. So has there been anything of that nature that's happened more on a practical lower level, besides the bigger strokes that you're talking about, which I think will be great towards long-term change? And this is a Titanic, but there are some things that could be put in place immediately in the way of training and accountability.
Yeah, let me speak to those real quick. So yes, all the new the performance development plans of staff have been in part of their performance and job description is around EDIR, awareness and involvement in activities. The performance development plans, individualized training plans. But let me speak to that very broad thing about how do you know, these small companies getting out and getting in front and train. It is we have 8,800 staff working for the Department of Corrections, and there is a new requirement for 24 hours of diversity training that is put on all the agencies. There are 65,000 state employees, 24 hours of training. And the Office of Financial Management is working, we'll have that in the governor's budget. Now, 8,800 staff who need 24 hours of training. I don't remember the price tag. It was over $15 million. And so we need to seek, you know, all agencies will be working to get that money to do that. So it is a very large scope thing to get that training. But yes, we do send staff to training, our leadership, getting it down to the COs and the COOs is going to take that bigger effort.
Thank you for your time.
Dua Rahima, and then that'll be the last question before we move on.
So I also agreed with Tasha that, this training needs to go on, and I don't think it's just for staff. I think the local and the statewide family council also needs this training because everybody is not used to looking at things through a racial equity lens. So with that, I have a question. Also, does the agenda go out in different languages, and can interpreters be provided for these calls? Because everybody doesn't, English is not their first language, but they're inside. They're part of the population inside, and so their family are community members and families that are not being in these circles.
I think that that's a great point, and that's something that we can definitely take a look at and see if see how the resources need to be brought together, or if they can be brought together, and then probably talk about this further on down the road.
And so, as you guys do work groups with other things, can we get a work group with the families for the DEI?
Something that we definitely want to, that's a great question. One we'll have to bring back together and see if that we can either include it into existing work groups or see how we move forward.
Yeah, I would add that, there is the process by which family council and local family councils can authorize, or create a work group. I see no reason why that couldn't be. Again, it's really the issue of the availability of family members. And again, I do believe that when we get our Get Response communication platform, we will be able to reach a much broader group of family
and will that be
ones.
coming out in different languages as well?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Will that be, so this new platform, will it have different languages, and where if somebody goes on that platform, they can click on a button and their language that they speak and understand and read will be there for them?
I will have to follow up with Jackie. There are certainly definitely requirements within state government in terms of accessibility, and the department will certainly follow those.
Okay, so maybe we should do a work group on language justice as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I would like to, now that I see no more hands at the moment, I would like to take a minute. Mike, thank you so much for being here today. I noticed that you got a call, and I don't know whether you are going to need to jump off. Running facilities is a 24/7 job, so I understand that you may have something taking you away at the moment, but I want to thank you for your time today and being accessible. I think in the future will be great as we figure out, more and more people from the department who can attend these meetings going forward too. Will be super helpful. Eric Jackson and Jeff Utek, and others. I think it's great and exciting. So thank you for being here, Mike, and I understand if you've got to run. I'd like to take a minute now, please, if I may.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to take a minute, if I may, and have the privilege of introducing David Flynn to you all. David Flynn is our Assistant Secretary of the Health Services Division here at DOC. Dave is very much a leader and a change agent. We're excited to have him here. And Dave, please jump in, sir, and tell us a little bit about yourself, and be prepared for a lot of questions potentially.
Thank you, Secretary Strange, and good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd like to apologize for the quality of my video. I'm waiting to have that corrected, but it wasn't able to be corrected by today. So again, I apologize for that. Share a little bit about myself. I've worked in state government for 28 years. 26 of those years have been with the Department of Corrections, and 24 of those 26 years were directly in prisons. I started my career at McNeil Island Correction Center. I worked at McNeil Island for 16 years. 8 of those years, I was the correctional captain at McNeil. I left McNeil and went to Cedar Creek, spent about 18 months at Cedar Creek, and then I got an opportunity to go to WCCW It was at the time that the Jane Doe settlement was being put in place. There were issues that had occurred at inappropriate issues that had occurred at WCCW, that a settlement agreement was put in place with Columbia Legal Services, and we needed to put steps in place to ensure that people were safe, being treated well, and we successfully did that. From WCCW, I went to headquarters as a senior administrator, and while I was at headquarters, I had oversight of a lot of things that gave me new exposure to the agency. There were some things that I didn't even know that we did in the department at the time when I took the position, but I had oversight of statewide classification, quality assurance, the Innocent Census Review Committee, law enforcement notification, statewide transportation, the civil commitment program, disciplinary hearings in the community, and also gender responsivity, which is always near and dear to me. The 6 years at WCCW are 6 of my favorite years of working in state government. The past 2.5 years, I've worked for DSHS as the Chief Executive Officer at the Special Commitment Center. And so the Special Commitment Center, it's a treatment facility for civilly committed, sexually violent predators. And people generally go to the Special Commitment Center after serving long terms of incarceration. And they're deemed to be a risk to the citizens of Washington and are civilly committed. There's a few things that need to exist for someone to meet criteria for civil commitment: a mental abnormality, an extensive criminal history, and that it's more likely than not, if not confined to the total confinement facility at SCC, that they're going to reoffend. And so the time at SCC exposed me to a lot of things that I hadn't been exposed to in the past. I'm very grateful for that opportunity. But I'm also grateful for all the opportunities that I've had working in DOC. And at the time, some of those tough challenges that I experienced, I'm really grateful for those experiences. The time at WCCW was, it was tough, but it was a great experience, great learning opportunities. My last role prior to the assistant secretary position in DOC was as the superintendent at Cedar Creek Correction Center. And I went to Cedar Creek at a time when there was a lot of work that needed to happen around the physical plant and living conditions, and working with the patients at Cedar Creek and what we were able to accomplish. I'll be eternally grateful for that experience and to see that change, not only in the physical plant, but I saw change in people as well. As Secretary Strange has already spoken to, we don't earn a reputation or credibility by telling people what we're going to do. It's really getting out there and meeting with people, learning what their experience is, being responsive to their experience. And I can't wait to get out to the facilities and meet with the patients, learn what their experiences are, and be responsive to what their needs are. One of the things a couple of things that I'm really grateful for is learning, coming over into this role, is the work that's already been done to move to a patient-centered health home model. There's work that's happened with Dr. Homer Vetters to really look at how we provide treatment to our patients in DOC. And the work that's already happened is great. The investment in the agency to do that work it's something I'm grateful that's already happening. There's already been effort and investment put into looking at electronic healthcare record, which is vital for the work that we do. And I know there's requests from the agency and to put those things in place. And I'm grateful that all of that work has already happened. I met with the medical doctors last night, in fact, just to ask them some of the positive things that I could share with you from their perspective. And, you know, the first thing they spoke to was the rollout of the booster vaccine that we're doing with the population. And so that works in place. It's moving forward. They also spoke to the work that we're doing with the Department of Health to be able to give kids vaccine while visiting their parents. They went back to the transforming our health services model, which is going to be just so instrumental in moving the agency forward. But they specifically spoke to the support that they received from Secretary Strange and Deputy Murphy. The doctor spoke to that this is the most support that they've ever experienced. So I think I'll stop there and open things up for questions.
Thanks, Dave. Any questions for Dave as the Assistant Secretary of Health Services? Loretta?
Yeah, I would just like to hear what you all at headquarters who are working on these reforms to the medical system, how you're working with the local facility physician assistants, because we're not necessarily seeing this kind of positive change happening on the ground. And I think that's kind of a, maybe a broader trend when DOC is trying to do reforms. It's so much from the top down that it seems to take forever for anything to trickle down to where we actually feel it on the ground and our loved ones actually feel it on the ground. So anything you can tell us about that?
I can jump in there, Loretta. So there's a significant work that's happened so Secretary Strange got here, I think it's 5 or 6 months ago. And she helped drive some position stabilization. So there were a number of vacancies within the workforce in the Health Services Division, and then there were also some significant needs. And she authorized position reallocation to get some positions out into the field and out onto the ground to improve access to care. That isn't a quick process by any means. And right now we are in the process of hiring up those positions and putting them out into the facilities so that we can stabilize the work that's done. Lots of effort gone underway to do so. There is a bureaucracy that's attached to that can slow things down a little bit. That being said, we got folks that are being hired to come into those positions. You may not see transformation yet because we've got a long way to go with this. We still got lots of asks to get more funding from the legislature. We've also got to get the positions filled that exist out there. And then we've got to help the culture of health services continue to improve. They've been working with less resources than we believe are needed to be successful. And Secretary Strange and I are helping with that. The Health Services Division is also helping with that. Cheryl, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I'd like to jump in here. I think Loretta's asked a very fair question. It is no secret that health services has been a real challenge in the Department of Corrections. No secret at all. I want to say a couple of things. Pull it up out of the sort of ground, the environment. There has been, we spend 10% less on health services than we did the years before. I mean, when you look at and you do a comparison across different states, we do not spend as much as other states spend on healthcare, and in a matter of fact, we spend less than we did in the past. Part of that, we have less individuals in our care and custody, but that doesn't really account for that. We are across the nation, certainly in health, in COVID. Read any newspaper, turn on any news, and you will see that there's a workforce shortage. And our governor and our legislature has been working with labor to address some of this. We have to have more nurses trained. We have to have more availability. I did authorize some positions. It is a very fragmented system in the Department of Transportations, and that is one of the things we're going to have to address. People moving. We don't have an electronic health record, and we have people moving a lot. It's very chaotic. However, we do have, we have created a quality assurance department. We are seeing data. We are highly focused on cancer care. We're highly focused on filling vacancies. And we have gone after, I believe, $92 million in the supplemental budget ask for health services alone to bring in more resources. We've got to have an electronic health record. We've got to have more medical assistants. We've got to have more physicians. And our quality assurance framework, we have drastically reduced the wait time to get to off-site care. That's even during COVID when it's been really challenging. So there is a lot of work to do there, Loretta, and Sean is right. It is not going to happen overnight. Mr. Flynn is a proven administrator with a proven track record of getting things done. We have to build cohesion. We have to defragment care, and that's what he's talking about with a medical home model. All that means, right, is you have a primary doctor and a nurse and a medical assistant, and they're coordinating care and on an individual basis. That's why we have to reduce the frequency of movement in our prisons. We continue to work on that, but I have got to have resources to do more. I cannot do more with what I have. We cannot do more with what we have. We were very fortunate to get Homer Venters here. He's a national expert. He serves on President Biden, Vice President Harris's Health Equity Task Force. He came out, he spent some time with us. He told us where he thought our investments, there were so many, where would we prioritize our investments? He contributed to our health improvement plan. So, it is a work in progress. I need more resources, and I'm going after them very strongly and very aggressively moving forward. So, I'm grateful that Dave Flynn is here. He is, our authorizing environment is complex. Senator Darnielle will tell you that. Any administrator will tell you that we do not operate in isolation of the legislative and executive branch for whom we are members of. And it is a lot of moving parts, and it's an authorizing environment, and it's complex, and we are prepared for that discussion with our legislature. And I'm very excited that we have been able to do some work around quality improvement and our data visibility. We've added positions from data visibility to medical assistants to nurses to a hiring team. These guys are not going to just come, let me come go to work at the Department of Corrections. We are out there beating the bushes with a hiring team, thanks to Sean Murphy, a hiring team that is aggressively searching and going out and interviewing and facilitating that. We have been able to expand our hiring. So I know it's not where it needs to be, and you're not going to hear excuses from me or anybody on the team here that we don't have work to do, Loretta.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that. And just hope for improvements in quality of expertise at the local facility level too, because frankly, if I may be honest, a lot of the physician's assistants our loved ones deal with are not better than snake doctors. Their expertise is low and problematic. I can do more with like a WebMD Google search sometimes to diagnose my loved one than a lot of these physician's assistants do. I've gone over my loved one's records, and I'm kind of appalled by the conclusions that the physician's assistants make. I have a science degree myself, and when I go through my husband's medical records, I see things that are not being picked up on by the physician's assistants. So I strongly question their scientific qualifications sometimes.
Thank you, Loretta. Byron.
Dave, I know my comment will resonate with you. There are instances in which the department has paid for services for disabled veterans, and I have talked to the reentry division about it. If we can get those disabled veterans to a VA facility, the VA will pay for it, and you guys don't have to. And now that you're on board, I probably need to be talking to you about this because I know you're a veteran. Thanks.
Yes, sir, I am. I'm also a disabled veteran. So getting people to those services, I know our staff that work in reentry are working with those different agencies to try to get people there, but we can absolutely work together to try to make that a reality.
Great, thanks.
Lydia.
Welcome, Mr. Flynn, for joining us. The first thing I have is the COVID updates that are sent out. I think they're done twice a week now. They're pretty much template emails that come out. And my specific case in point is that for quite a while, and I'll say more than I'd say a couple of months, the number is for staff, and it says staff that have received at least one dose of the vaccine has not been updated, and it's been 4,227 for quite a while. So especially with the requirement now to be fully vaccinated, it would be nice if we could get at least that number, although it would be nice to have the notice change from being just a template to have it look like an active document where we get numbers and that information. Sorry, I thought you were going to say something. The second thing is, there was an email that we received for the Department of Health reaching out to the incarcerated. And I'd like you to address that and help us kind of work through this, because it says they're creating new channels of communication to hear directly from people that are incarcerated. They've given them an email they can address. So if you could help us understand how they email them directly, where they get the information, does it come over the kiosk? What is their plan to make that happen?
So Wendy, I'll take that if I can. So first and foremost, after your question, I've sent a document out to our incident commander who's managing the COVID response to find out about the templates that are being sent out, making sure that we get those updated. And I apologize and thank you for bringing that to our attention. On the DOH reaching out to the incarcerated individuals, I'm also going to reach out and figure out what that is. Oftentimes, some of the external agencies don't necessarily recognize the limitations that our incarcerated individuals may have. And so I'll look into that as well and then get back to you.
Great, thank you.
Joanne Todd.
Thank you. Under health, is your purview of health services, do you pay attention to the nutrition of is this under your area? The nutritional needs of our guys, for meals and that sort of thing, because as I understand it, and I'm just kind of pulling this out, diabetes has gone up, I don't know, 32%. I think I read that statistic somewhere. So under health services, is that part of what you do, or is that part of what you do? Did that make sense?
It did. As an agency, we do work with dietitians so that we are providing a menu to people that is appropriate, that they're getting the correct calorie intake, and that it's not excessive, and that we're really looking at what we're feeding people. And is it something I pay attention to? Yeah, I'll speak to my last experience of being at the Special Commitment Center. We were feeding people an extensive calorie that impacted their medical conditions greatly, and adjustments were made there. But I know here in DOC, that work's been ongoing for long periods of time, and providing an adequate diet to people is something that our agency has been doing well for a really long time.
So I understand calorie intake, but a portion, within calorie intake, that means,
Right.
What portion is protein,
starches, carbs, and protein,
that sort of thing. And I think would be something you would look at. And I thank you for doing that. I'm really uncomfortable talking, so I'm sorry for the space.
Ma'am, you don't appear uncomfortable at all. I'm uncomfortable too. I hope I don't appear uncomfortable either.
I am often terrified, but it is important that, you know, our guys receive food that, you know, is a little higher in protein and that where they won't get so much diabetes. I'm sorry. So thank you.
Agreed, because, you know, as health services, one of the things that our goal is to get to a place where we're practicing prevention before we even get to treatment. And so it is an important piece. So thank you for the question.
Secretary Strange, did you have something to add?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, you know, it is, there are certain requirements around caloric intake, heart healthy diets. The department has dietitians and a diet scientist that works for it, designing meals, and they fit within the required standards of ANA and ADA. So I believe that effort resides within correctional industries, so it is not in Dave's shop. What I would say though is the 35% increase in diabetes. I'm just going to assume, Joanne, that is a national figure, not a local state of Washington. But now that you raise that, I'd be very curious on maybe Dave as a data pool for the health services quality assurance team to really look at historical, you know, metabolic syndrome kinds of conditions, such as diabetes, hypertension, those chronic health conditions. And maybe that is something we could ultimately share if the statewide family council is interested in looking at that. You know, the importance of recreation, the importance of a balanced meal, you know, heart healthy snacks. Some of, you know, there's a balance there with individuals in our care and custody, and their freedoms are often restricted, and how to, you know, not overly restrict and health. But it is a very big topic. So anyway, I will just say that, Joanne, and thank you for how terrifying it is to speak up, or to you know, to all of us who have something that's really scary to us, and sort of taking a deep breath and finding that greater reason to do it. So I applaud your bravery there, and thank you for that. So
Thank you, Secretary. Bethany Duchesne.
I just wanted to follow up on that. This has been a huge issue since the beginning of the pandemic. My loved one had been in just 6 months, and within that first 6 months became diabetic. And then once the pandemic started and we had all these peanut butter and jelly and food that's not edible for a diabetic, I had gone all the way up to headquarters and was told that there are no substitutes in a pandemic, and that has continued. He has still yet to be given food that he can eat, as well as lots of other inmates. And as I've checked, as we've gone along, I'm still being told that there are no substitutes in a pandemic. And I was given a list from headquarters of what I could buy that was protein rich for him off the commissary. And you know, that's been a huge hardship on top of all the other hardships during this pandemic. So I know that this is probably news to a lot of you, but I would encourage you to look at the local level and reevaluate that, because what we're hearing in the facilities is it's up to us to provide food that our loved ones can eat
I'm
if they
gonna,
have a medical age.
Bethany, thank you. This is Cheryl Strange again. We will look into that. No substitutions is, we need to look into that, and we need to understand that, because really a physician ordered diabetic diet is a physician ordered diabetic diet. So I think maybe within that, there is no substitutes within that. I need to explore that, and I'm going to ask, it's unfortunate that Mike Obenlin is not on the call to kind of try to clarify that. But I would like that. Let's make sure where we can provide some clarity around that. That a heart healthy diet is still a heart healthy diet, and within it there are no substitutions. A diabetic diet is a diabetic diet for which there are no
And that's
substitutions.
just one example of the ongoing health issues I've been dealing with for different people at Stafford Creek Correction Center. So
excellent.
But I'll let someone else talk. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Bethany. Wendy, did you have something? I see your hands up.
I do. It's just kind of a comment, but a question as well. I'm glad to hear that we have some new leadership, David Flynn, and that you have support from the top to come in and make some changes. One of the things that I realize, there are nuances at every facility, but can you look at best practices that are done at the facilities and try to make sure those are implemented across all the facilities to the best of your ability? I mean, there could be something really simple like pill line, the way they do this, that could be a lot more effective. So, as you're looking around, it might be good just to see what works well at some places and what doesn't work so well.
I think that's an excellent point, and absolutely we'll do that. And that speaks to the quality assurance that Secretary Strange was able to get in place for us in health services as well. We can look at what our best practices are and what people are doing well and try to replicate that at other locations. Absolutely, we will do that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Lydia.
While we're adding to Mr. Flynn's list, I'd like to have an idea of, since things are sort of easing up with COVID, when our loved ones will be able to go back to getting food that isn't grab and go. Everything right now is still grab and go. And it's kind of sad that their Thanksgiving meal will be grab and go. The other thing that was especially concerning as I learned this, and it took a lot of deep diving, is with the COVID food, the boats they were getting. In all honesty, I was shocked to hear that those come frozen from Airway Heights. So my guy is at Stafford, and they were getting frozen peanut butter sandwiches. They're made from Airway Heights. They are then shipped over frozen. So it's even the potato chips, the entire thing is frozen. They get the bread, they get the little packets of peanut butter, potato chips, and whatever their snack is. So my question to them was, well, what about fresh fruit? Are they freezing the fruit? When they do get fresh fruits and vegetables, it's added with the boat. And so one of the things I'd like to look at is, why are we shipping food from Airway Heights to Stafford or to any of the other facilities? And why the example was, one day things were running late. They didn't have time to thaw out the boats. And so the guys were given frozen sandwiches with their meals. So I'd like you to add that to the list. I'd appreciate it very much if we could look at why food is being pre-assembled and then shipped to the facilities.
Lydia, I'm going to take that for a second if I can.
Okay,
So that is something
great.
That is something that Assistant Secretary Flynn will not be responsible for. That is something that CI is responsible for, and I supervise the Danielle Armbruster. So I'm going to bring this up to her. There is no instance where frozen food being served to someone, unless it's ice cream. We shouldn't be serving frozen food to anybody. Need to check. I want to check and make sure that this is an isolated incident and not a reoccurring systemic problem. And you have a commitment from me to do that.
Thank you. And I did, when I got the answer from the facility co-chair that this wasn't my questions were, well, that's a CI answer. So I then pushed back for them to get it. And I did very specific, detailed questions, did get some answers. I'd be happy to send that to you as well. Detail was great. They even gave me the boat numbers, the items that come with it. So I really appreciate that you follow up. And Mr. Flynn, you can take that off your list.
Lydia.
Thank you,
I have
ma'am.
a question, if I may. And certainly, I don't want to step on anyone's toes and suggest, but you all have the ability to request agenda items for this meeting. And if you all would like us to, those go up through the two co-chairs, agenda items, most representatives collect them from local family council. They look at, the co-chairs by policy, look at generally are things systemic. Local things they try to drive to local family council, but things that seem systemic, or that's when the statewide family council really drives. They come together for purposes of identifying patterns, trends, things that only, quote, headquarters can solve. And so those agenda items, I think it would be great personally to get Danielle Armbruster here and get the dietitian here, if that is something you all would like. I don't want to make the presumption that you would like that, but if you would, please let your co-chair know, and we will get whoever we need to get together in our department to answer family council questions. So please, just putting in a plug for that. So sorry for the interruption.
That's great. That's kind of where I ask that the facility co-chairs attend these meetings as well, because when we bring it up to the family council and we don't get assistance with it, and having to go from them to the food supervisor, not getting what I felt was a significant answer, is why I bring it here. So I do think having the facility co-chairs here would be very, very helpful.
Lydia, I would ask that you send the email you got, if you feel comfortable sending that back to me. I'd love to look into the details of that particular issue, and then I can respond to that email.
Absolutely. I'll go ahead and send that to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That said, I think if there are any other questions for Mr. Flynn, otherwise, I would just say, Dave, welcome. Welcome to the team. Welcome to your new role, and we look forward to seeing great things from you.
Thank you.
Everybody, I want to defer to the two co-chairs. I know that our schedule has gone long, and we do need to leave some time at the end for the public forum for people to just ask all kinds of questions. Although I feel that many have asked a lot of questions, and it's worked out well. But I just do want to be respectful of your time. Do we, to the two co-chairs and the members, a break for a few minutes? I know if Chris Poulos is still online and he is interested, wants to, he's been on the job 5 days as well. This is his 5th day. I don't know how much he might want to say right now, but if he's still on. So should we take a short break, or how do you guys want to roll?
Is everybody okay with a 10-minute break? Yes, please. Okay, sounds great. We'll go to 1:22 then, and we'll see you all very shortly.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We have about 1 minute left. All right. I'd like to welcome everybody back. And so before the break, Secretary Strange had offered Chris the opportunity to talk with folks. And so Cheryl, I'd like to hand this over to you to introduce Chris for those who don't know him.
Thank you. I can't imagine nobody knowing Chris Hulus at all. But maybe there are some, Chris, welcome to the DOC team. We're really happy to have you here with us in your new job as the Director of Human Services, Sean, help me with the title. We've gone back, Human-Centered Design. And we've kind of gone back and forth on that title and that role. So, Chris, please, if you're up for it, I know people would love to hear from you and welcome you to the Statewide Family Council.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Secretary Strange, and thank you, Sean. I had planned to join today just to primarily listen, but I'm happy to jump in, and I figured that may be the case. So I went and put on a dress shirt and everything for the occasion. And if you hear a barking German Shepherd in the background, please bear with me. I think we're all have experienced similar challenges from working from home office. So I do know a lot of people here today. My name is Chris Poulos, and my new role at DOC is Director of Person-Centered Services. That's where we ended up landing on that. And before that, as many of you know, for a little over 4 years, I served as Executive Director of the Statewide Reentry Council and focused on what's happening, as people exit prisons, and then a lot of the stuff in relating to the barriers that people face while attempting to successfully reenter, barriers to employment, barriers to housing, all of those types of things that folks face. And something about myself is I'm actually formally incarcerated as well. So some of the issues that people experience are issues that I've directly experienced myself. And so that's a lens that I bring. It's really important for me to note that I don't consider myself the voice or speaking for currently or formerly incarcerated people. I'm one person. I'm an expert in my field. I'm an attorney. I've worked on policy for many years. What I would like to do is, rather than speaking for people, is to speak with people, and to go into the facilities and learn directly what are the challenges that people are facing and what can we do in leadership within the Department of Corrections to have a more person-centered, human-centered approach. And as we shift language and terms towards treating and identifying people or calling people incarcerated people, individuals, stuff like that, then the next step in that progression is to start truly listening to folks who we are tasked with the care of, right? Not just to contain, but to care for. And so that's going to be a big part of my role. I'm sure there'll be an opportunity for me to attend a meeting in the future where we can kind of dive more into the details of that. But what really inspired me to want to do this is I've always thought, so long as we have jails and prisons, which we currently do, we need to make sure that while people are there, they're given every opportunity not to have trauma compounded, but actually to address the underlying causes, conditions, and issues that led to the incarceration in the first place. And so I'm excited to be working with the leadership at DOC and also with staff throughout the agency and incarcerated people across the state to really move forward with the work we're doing with Amend, the work we're doing around solitary confinement changes, nutrition. That's a big thing. I mean, that's directly connected, right? How does someone feel when they are eating a frozen piece of cornbread versus a high protein, high vegetable, fruit? All of that, it all connects to physical health, mental health, well-being. There's so many nexuses there. So again, this is day 5. I'm excited to be here, but I've worked with a lot of the folks that are here today for many years, and I'm excited to be continuing to work together in this new capacity. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to introduce myself, Secretary Strange.
Chris, we're so excited to bring that voice to the top executive branch of the department, to get those conversations, and just what you said, don't speak for, speak with. And that is just a really powerful statement. And I'm just excited. I'm excited for this group to know that you're at the table. I'm excited that you come to this table with trust and integrity, and your voice and your credibility, your experience, your skill set will all come to the table at the highest executive level in the department to influence and to push and to pull and collectively rise those boats. And so thank you. And yeah, it's great to have you here. And thank you for taking some time out of your Saturday to attend and be present, and for jumping on, to give voice. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Happy to be here.
Thanks, Chris. I really appreciate that. I appreciate Chris's perspective. 5 days in, he's at least figured out where the restroom and the lunchroom are here in the building, and we expect great things from him. And you can tell he's already done some great things to get here. He's certainly a find for us, and we're thankful for him. So thanks a lot, Chris. So one of the things we have coming up here, we've been a little bit over time from 1 o'clock to 1:30. We were I'm sorry, from 12:45 to 1 o'clock, we were talking about family center services. And then from 1 o'clock to 1:30, we were talking about the local family councils. Kind of want to push this back towards the co-chairs to find out what's the best way to move forward with our loss of time here.
So, and Lauren, please add in. What we thought we might do was just have Dawn give a briefing, just so families are aware of upcoming activities that are planned for visit rooms and fall events in kind of a broad sense for folks. And then Carrie Stanley just needed a moment of time to speak with families to recruit for interest on a project coming up. And then as far as local family councils, I think that's something we can push to our January meeting, since we'll be talking about policy revisions, everything there. Lauren, do you have anything else to add to that? Thoughts?
I would say I agree with you on that, because the local family councils and all of those things we really need to put into the new policy. So talking about how it is now and how it's going to be in the future is better for a different day.
Okay.
Anna, you have a question?
Yes, I am just wondering what will be the short-term results of this conversation with regards to family council and with regards to election. And I would like to open this up to other people on the call. Is everything clear to you? What's about to come, when the elections will take place, if they will take place? Because frankly, it's not clear to me. What was decided as a result of this call?
So let me see if I can help with that. So what we talked about before was that we have nominations that can be sent into the two co-chairs now. And then that particular part of the process closes on the 26th. And then we will have elections on the 30th. And so again, if you'd like to submit a nomination for somebody to be either the co-chair or the co-secretary, you can do so between now and the 26th. And then on the 30th, we will do the vote.
So Sean, then on the 26th, statewide family council reps will receive the nominations from either Lisa or Lauren, and then that will give them an opportunity to go back to their council and have their councils vote in those 4 days, correct?
It will allow them the time to go back and discuss those with their family council.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, I would just like to turn this over to Dawn Taylor, our statewide volunteer and family services manager. Dawn?
Hi all, thanks for the time here. I will make this very brief. I'm just very excited to share with you some of the things that we've got planned at the facilities coming up. So the CPPCs have been working, of course they continue to work on ways to keep families connected during COVID. And so there will be fall events at many of the facilities. Of course, they look much different than they have previously. A fall event is likely to involve crafts, having the individual do crafts, and then mailing it home with, there's been many requests for gratitude letters for them to be able to participate, and just different photos and craft opportunities. So that's likely what the fall event will look like. Exciting news for December is every visiting opportunity in December will have some type of an activity at the table for the visiting rooms for each visitor. Some facilities are doing, they may do cards and games where the families just take it home with them. And others, of course, are doing craft events at the table. It's really dependent on what the population is requesting. So the CPPCs work directly with the population to find out what their interests are and what they'd like to see during visitation. So we're really excited for December, looking forward to some smiley faces. We've got winter events where fathers or mothers will have the opportunity to pick a present for their child and wrap it and maybe pick it up, or they'll be able to drive to mail it out, sorry. So that's it in a nutshell for what we're looking forward to. This time of year, we are also working on workshops where the individuals can come together and just kind of have a discussion and support each other, getting through the holidays without your loved ones, also getting through this time with COVID. So they're really taking the opportunity with the crafts to have those type of conversations and really support the more so a peer-led conversation through those. Let's see, other than that, just a quick update. Lodging assistance program is continuing to be utilized. We'd like to see it utilized more, so please be sure to share with people. They can go on the DOC website and get more information or email me directly. And we continue our efforts with expanding parenting programs. We've got the Parenting Inside Out program. We've also got a grant to support those facilities that did not have it under DOC scope or being provided by DOC. And we're bringing on child support clinics back and also dependency clinics back. So that's it in a nutshell. Any questions for me?
Thanks, Dawn. Tasha?
All right.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. Along with crafts, if you're going to be doing that, which I think is great, are they looking at potentially opening up photos again? That's also making those visual memories during that time is also important, especially since we haven't had them in a couple of years.
Right, right. Lisa, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, Tasha, thank you for asking the question. There was two approaches that we looked at. The first one was allowing the pictures to be able to be taken in the visit rooms. And there's still a great deal of concern because there's conversations about the masks coming down as the family unit is all together. And of course, the clinical direction is really around brief, taking it down, taking a drink of water, putting it right back up again. And so at this time, the visit room photos are not going to come back. We're looking at those as we continue to assess the clinical and data as we move forward. But Dawn is working with the CPPCs to see if there might be something where we take photos of your loved ones prior to coming into the visit room. They can then be dropped off at the visit room, and then you would be able to leave with those photos. So she's taking a look at what options we might have in that arena since we're not able to take them right in the visit room right now.
Lisa,
Could we take them? Could we take them, Lisa? This is Secretary Strange. Was there any discussion with clinical about? I mean, certainly taking them with the mask on. I mean,
right.
It's not ideal, but or taking them to a socially distanced spot off out of the visiting, kind of thing. I would really hope that we can maybe punt that back to the emergency command center, Sean, and really take a hard look at that and get real clear. Those photos are very, very special and very important. If we could take kind of push the envelope a little bit on that, please.
Yes, most definitely. We can have Sean take that back to clinical.
Will do. Lydia.
Well, I don't need to type my thank you to Cheryl, but that's a great idea because a family photo, having them take it by themselves before they come out is worthless. Again, if we're social distance from them, there should be no, especially since we've all been tested before coming in, that taking your mask off in the area away from everybody should be something that would be very welcomed for us. I want to go back to Dawn and talk about the events that you'll be and what you'll be doing in the visit room with the crafts. Has there been any consideration taken into those that have dexterity issues? Can you be more specific about crafts and for those that don't enjoy crafts? And along that line, take that another step farther of things that are for those that do not have children. I feel like a lot of our loved ones that are single or just married that don't have children, I feel like they're being ignored in all of these plans and these events. And it seems to be something all year long. There's like the backpack event, they do the crafts, they get to be with their kids and send things back and forth. But I feel like those of our loved ones that don't have children have been ignored. They're not getting things to do. Mine for sure is not interested in crafts. We grew up that way. So I'd like to see a broader picture of what's being planned.
Yeah, super. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to invite you to share any thoughts or suggestions that you have. We do go to the population and we ask them what is it that you guys would like? What would you like to see during visitation? And then we take that forward and that kind of steers us what we make available in the visit rooms. And likewise, we are here to hear from the families. So if you've got any questions, any suggestions, we would love to hear them. And real quick, if you're not familiar, we do have an email address and it's simply DOC Family Services Unit. Of course, at doc.wa.gov. And we have received a number of requests from the adults, from the parents, or just from adult couples in certain types of crafts. So we do have a range of different types of things. another thing that we're doing is games or cards, again, that where the family can take them out. So they can't check them out from right now from the visit room, but they will be able to take them out. But please share your suggestions. We would love to hear them, and if at all possible, incorporate them.
Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Dawn, could you put the Family Services email box in the chat for us, please?
Oh, if I can get there, I absolutely will.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was just going to ask that. Thanks, Lisa.
You're welcome. Felix?
Yeah. So I had a question. If I understand right, Lisa, I think, sent out an email that talked about how we want to expand the family councils, and we want to try to get family councils going in at facilities that don't really have a family council, or the family council isn't very active. And I was led to believe that family services was going to be a big player in reaching out and trying to bring families into the councils. And I was kind of curious what you're doing along those lines, and what your plans are, and especially in areas that don't have a recent history of having a family council.
Right.
So I'm going to give this to Sean, Dawn,
Okay.
because we're working on some things at a high level.
Gotcha.
So Felix, great question. So one of the things that I've asked Mike Obenlin to do as the Assistant Secretary of the Prisons Division is to work closely with each superintendent to get those positions filled. The ones who are closest to the family members at each facility know folks better, and we are asking that each superintendent make a very, very concerted effort to engage with the families that are out there, that are those people who seem interested, or even those who may not necessarily know the benefits of a local family council, and try and get them to the table so that we can add to the mix.
Thank you.
There's a number on the screen that is 844-8301.
Is that
Go ahead.
Noreen?
I was just calling to, my name is James Chambers. I'm formerly incarcerated. I was wondering, are they running the Read to Me Daddy program and doing any of the video greetings this year for anybody? You know, that's another way that we can really communicate with our kids, which I think is really important. I was involved in the program for over 20 years and used it to raise my children, my grandchildren, and, you know, it had a great impact on us. So I think that's a way that we can really get fathers and mothers to be able to at least be able to communicate and send books and stuff home to their kids to encourage them to read. And I'm wondering if that program is running right now.
It absolutely is. First of all, I want to say it's nice to hear from you. I'm glad that you're on this call. Yes, absolutely. So we're doing video greetings. We're doing holiday greetings. There's Read to Me Daddy, Read to Me Mommy. So all of those are actively, there was some technical issues with some of the equipment, but I think those have all been resolved now. So yes, we are doing those programs at all of the facilities. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, the other question I wanted to ask was, you know, because we're not, where we really struggled at our facility at Stafford Creek recently, because I just got out in April, but when we were doing them, there was a lot of issues with the age appropriate books, right? A lot of the books that were brought in were, you know, for really younger kids. You know, if you have a, you know, not, you know, mid-teen or tweener, you know, they need age appropriate books. And that was something we really struggled with at Stafford Creek. I used to have a lot of books just mailed into me so I could read them, but I think that if that is being addressed also.
You know what? You saw that, you got that email in the chat box? Please reach out to me, and you can, if you would, share ideas on specific books, and we can get some of those in too, because you're right, most of them are for 10 years and below. So love to hear from you.
Okay.
Yep. Dawn, congratulations for the work you're doing here. I appreciate it. I was thinking that maybe Dr. Thompson also would have some thoughts about age-appropriate books and things like that. I wanted to let you all know too that I, again, issues raised, actually, working their way up to the top. I got the opportunity to talk with Secretary Hunter, my colleague Secretary Hunter, the Secretary of the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, to troubleshoot an issue for our incarcerated individuals who have children who are in foster care and to restore supervised visits. Come to find out that what happened is Secretary Hunter's part of the COVID response was shutting down, the offices, and then he shut down the phone lines. And that way, our incarcerated individuals did not have a mechanism to reach out to talk with the Department of Children, Youth, and Family to get a supervised visit going. So the department, our agency did a workaround where we tried to get foster families to quickly, fill out visitation requests so that we could do it that way. But I did speak with Secretary Hunter at length about this. He is going to solve for that and reinstate some key phone numbers. We agreed to having quarterly governance meetings together to troubleshoot some of this stuff. And we've got staff identified and working on that. So we'll get those phone numbers. Ross will get Secretary Hunter will get those phone numbers restored. We will expedite all when a foster parent says, I'm trying to arrange a supervised visit, to expedite that through the visitation process. So, these are really important things to you all and to our incarcerated individuals in our care and custody. So I'm happy to report on that. So more to come as new issues get identified. Keep those issues coming, floating up. Keep those issues coming. Thank you.
Thanks,
Very
Secretary.
good.
So, Bethany. Bethany Duchesne.
Sorry, I put it in the chat, but I was just wanting to talk on the photo thing that, it could be a casual thing of what we've been requesting at the local family level is just to go around and take a picture at each table. So the families wouldn't even get up and move. And, the mask being on, it documents what we've gone through. And a lot of the elderly family and family out of state, they just want to see a picture of the family together. So that would go a long way, especially coming up on the holidays. Thank you.
You bet it would, and that's important, and thank you for sharing that, because it is important to just recognize that there are plenty of different situations out there that we need to consider. Lydia?
So this one starts with Mr. Murphy, and then it'll flow down to Dawn. I'm going to ask, since we're being told that a lot of this will come through our local facilities, so I'd like to ask that this directive goes down to the local facilities so that when we ask questions, they have the information, specifically about, and this sort of leads to Dawn, with the survey that was done among our loved ones about what they would like to do. It would be nice if we could get an update on if they've been collected, how they're being collected, because what we got at our last family council meeting was they weren't quite sure the surveys would be sent to the individual facilities. And so this was something that was mentioned at the budget meeting, and I'm sure we'll go through it when we get to the IIDF. But it would be nice to know how the information flows down from headquarters to the local facility. And then Dawn, if you can give us an update on the kind of questions that were on the survey, the turnaround time, and where you're at in processing that.
Right, and I'm going to turn it over to Lisa, but before I do, I just want to say when asking for input, and I'm talking about the CPPCs, they are asking the population that participates in family programs, what would you like to see? That's not necessarily the survey that that Lisa has put out. So Lisa, you want to talk to the survey?
Correct. So the only survey that has gone out at this point in time is the Recreation and Wellness Survey, and we have the results back. We're tallying those now so that we can share them with Anna and Felix. And then we have a draft of a EFE visit and family-friendly activities survey that we will be sending to Anna and Felix, as there are representatives, your representatives that sit on the IIBF committees, for them to review the questions. Then the survey will be launched in paper form because we don't have the enhancement to do it electronically for the incarcerated individuals yet. We've been approved for that enhancement to CE prisons, but it's about third priority. So I'm going to work with Sean and Cheryl to see if we can get that bumped up. And then there will be another survey that is run out of our RDA, our Research and Data Analytics, that will go out to the broad range of family emails. The last time we ran one like that, we received well over 400 family responses. So we're hoping to get that draft to Anna and Felix here shortly. And then that next set of surveys will go out.
Okay, so did you say this was a recreation and wellness survey?
That was the first one that went out to the incarcerated individuals.
Okay,
Yes.
so, and then, I'm sorry, it sounds like there's 3 steps in this survey, that it's going out, coming back, and then going out in paper form, and then coming back. So, and then the other thing I heard that really sets off a flare is that it's the third priority. And for us, our loved ones are our number 1 priority. And so I'm really concerned because the discussion of starting the survey was during the budget meeting, the end of October. And so here we are almost at the end of November. And it sounds to me, if I'm hearing you correctly, that these have not gone out yet. And so it then, the word that flares up is wellness. There, we said 600 and how many days they haven't been. We've only had short visits. So I'm seeing that there's a lack of consideration for their actual wellness. I think their wellness is more important than their creation, recreation. And so if you could kind of walk me through these, what I'm hearing as 3 steps to a survey, that they're going out, going in, and if they're going to be paper, how long is it going to take to collect these, especially with the holidays coming and you'll be having vacation and time off? This is not, I feel this is not getting enough attention to happen right now for their wellness. The holidays are going to be extremely tough for them and for us.
Yes, it is. So for clarification, thank you. I must not have spoke very well. We actually have the results back from the Recreation and Wellness Survey. So the only thing we're doing right now from that survey is putting it into a spreadsheet to provide for Anna and Felix. The next survey that is coming out is the one that will go to both incarcerated individuals and families on the new subject. And so, and as far as the priority for 3, let me clarify, that was about an enhancement that we have been approved to make to be able to perform electronic surveys for the incarcerated population to participate in, so that we don't have to do paper surveys. We're kind of antiquated in the process that we're using with the paper surveys right now. So Sean and Cheryl has been very proactive to approve the funding for us to be able to do broad range electronic surveys to the incarcerated population.
And could we do this where, as families, we can ask our loved ones the things they'd like, and to kind of send that into you to collect, which might be a bit quicker? And then just a little side note I'd like to make, to re-emphasize that this is public information. And so it's really difficult to hear, like especially at the budgets, that this is information that the families would get at the family councils. These are public meetings, and so I think sharing more of that information would be very beneficial to those that attend in the public and not part of the family councils. Thanks, Lisa. I appreciate everything you do.
Thanks, Lydia. Melody?
I was just wondering, Don, if you could tell me what a dependency clinic is.
You're on mute, Don.
Thank you. Let's see. So Bruce Wood is our correctional specialist who is over that program, but so I'm not real well versed on it, but I can tell you it's people who are currently going through the courts and are trying to there's dependency issues going on in the court. So they actually have an attorney that comes in who works with the families and can talk with them and just answer some of the questions that they have and may be able to guide them in the right way.
Well, and if you'd like, Melody, what we can do is add it to the minutes when they go out to show you a brief narrative of what that program is to support our incarcerated parents.
That would be great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Melody. Wendy?
Yes, I have a comment when we were talking about various programs and things that are being rolled out. My request is for us to see more of the interested parties memos coming out to like the statewide reps. We were seeing them for a while and there's been a big drop off. I mean, not everybody goes to the kiosk and reads things, you know, the incarcerated. And if we know what kinds of things that you're communicating to them that we can communicate to all of our local family councils, I'd really like to see that. It's just all about communicating more and us knowing more about what's going on.
I'll again jump in here. I'm really excited about our new platform called Get Response. I spoke about that a little earlier in our family council meeting today. This is the ability you will have, you and everybody else that wants will have the ability to subscribe and unsubscribe from this communications platform where we will put out all those things, all those interested party memos. I think it'll just be great. Everybody can sign up, or if they don't want to get certain things, they don't have to. But this is the beauty in this technology, and we're again really excited. I mean, Felix was talking about, you know, how do we get family better visibility with the local family councils? We have been eager to get this in place. It took a little bit to get through the bureaucracy and some of the requirements of choosing the vendor to do it. We've been able to do that. And again, the name of the program is called Get Response. Many of you may have heard of something like Gov Delivery or MailChimp or Constant Contact. It's that same kind of thing. So looking forward to that. And I think that will help with some of these challenges of getting word out to people. So
that's great. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Anna?
Yes, thank you, Sean. I don't know if we've transitioned to the open public forum, but my question was for that, but it also is applicable to this conversation. What I wanted to ask is, since Felix and I participate on this group for IIBF, and Lisa, we're going to be getting some information from you that I would then have the responsibility to turn over to the people on the council. And so I know that at some point a decision was made that email addresses are not available to us family members to distribute family members information that we have responsibility to distribute. I'd like to understand, why was that decision made? Can we reverse that decision? Because we really need to be able to communicate. If family members decided that I should represent them in the IIBF, I have a responsibility to communicate with them, and I do not have that information available to me.
So just for the larger group, for the background, there was what was relayed to me, because of course this took place before I stepped in just recently, was there's a group of family members that do not want to share their email addresses. However, it is something I think that's really positive at a local family level as well as state, that if individuals and family members want to have information relayed, that they can work with the elected representatives and say, here's my email address, please send me everything that you get. would like to find a way is those ideas that you have shared of where somebody could subscribe to the information and not have to give their email address. So that kind of links back to what Sean and Cheryl's been talking. I'm going to turn it back over to them because I'm not familiar with the new system.
Yeah, but I understand the new system. It's the system for DOC, and we're super excited that that system is going to be created. But that's the system for DOC to communicate to family members. Do we have a distribution list of all family or of all emails that Felix and I can utilize in distributing the information you will be sharing with us?
One of the things that I would say with that is it's important for us as the agency to get together and talk about that as a policy decision change if that's needed, because we do want to protect the folks that didn't want to share their information. So maybe we can get back to you on that. Anna, I understand what you're saying, and I do understand the importance of it. But I think we want to try and get to know the history of it a little more and understand why the decision was made. I do want to, we do have several more questions here, but we do need to get back on track on the family. So I'll take one more question. Dua Rahima.
I just want to know how a person, I know this thing is coming out, but how people get onto like these focus groups, the work groups, and any of these other boards and stuff to lend their voices besides just being part of the local family council or statewide.
So I can tell you with the policy revisions that we've done, as well as the family guide, we have put out the word via the state council as well as the local councils and asked anyone who was interested. So I continue, as far as I go, and I'm sure Lisa as well, making that opportunity available and announcing it when go ahead, Lisa.
What about outside of the family council? Because everybody doesn't participate. So if our loved ones are in there and they know, then they can pass that information to family members.
One of the benefits of the new system that Secretary Strange talked about is your ability to subscribe to family or to general activities that we're taking, for example, focus groups, so that you would then be able to submit your names through that. It's going to be a very useful tool, great ideas from families for us to come up with that listserv idea. And then that way it will have a broader and expansive reach to family members who subscribe.
I'm going to jump in here and move us to, we're already starting to do it, is the open forum town hall to jump in on any question anybody on this call wants to get involved with and ask. So
Cheryl.
Yes.
Cheryl, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just one thing, Carrie Stanley needed to make an announcement to the families. I want to be respectful of allowing her to offer this to families real quickly. Okay, Carrie.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for giving me a few minutes. For those of you that I haven't met, my name is Carrie Stanley. I'm the Reentry Systems Administrator for the Reentry Division, so it's great to be here with all of you today. We have the opportunity to have a representative from the Statewide Family Council complete a survey. This survey is going to have questions about equity and access to resources in the community as we work on development of an improved supervision model. So there's some work groups, internal work groups that are getting started that the Community Corrections Division is heading up, but the Reentry Division and as well as kind of all of us are getting involved. And since I attend these meetings, they asked me if I would reach out to all of you and see if we could get a representative from Statewide Family Council for this purpose. In talking this over a little bit with Lisa and Lauren, the best kind of approach, here's what we're hoping to do. We do need to have a representative selected quickly. That way we have a name that the survey can go to, and that person will then have time to get additional feedback from members and answer the questions. I don't have the list of questions specifically, so I'm sorry about that. I just have this kind of overall hope of getting questions answered about equity and access to service resources in the community. And so what we're hoping to do today, if it's all right with everybody, is to have letters of interest submitted to Lauren by Wednesday. And yes, I know that we're heading into Thanksgiving. I'm sorry for the short turnaround on this, but the hope is if you're interested, if you could submit a letter to Lauren, Lauren will then make arrangements to get a vote out to family council members so that we can have that representative selected. That person will then get the survey and then have time to get additional feedback from statewide family council members. Happy to answer questions so that we can see if we can move that forward.
I think great. Sounds like you guys can send out an email with that information in it to the Statewide Family Council, and I'm sure that they will respond as they see fit. Very good.
Thank you, Carrie.
All right. Let's move it. I just want to acknowledge that we've been kind of talking about a lot of open questions and a lot of back and forth, a lot of hands going up. For those who haven't been at the last couple Statewide Family Council, we did want to leave some time in the actual agenda for people to raise their hand and ask any question about anything or give us some feedback. For those of you who are on the phone, it is *5 to raise and lower your hand, and it's *6 to unmute. So there we go. And Lisa, if you can walk us, kind of keep an eye on the participants and the hands going up.
You bet. So starting out, we have Dua Rahima.
I already asked my question. I need to lower my hand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then we have 844-8301 on the phones.
This is
Are you
James
there?
again. I just want to, yeah, this is James Chambers. I was just wanted to ask Cheryl about, she was talking about working with Wells Hunter, and I've been in a lot of rooms like with the Fatherhood Council in Pierce County, the Children of Incarcerated Parents Coalition, and there's a huge need at every facility for like a parent advocate that can handle, specific issues with foster care, dependencies, and maybe even facilitate the parent-teacher conferences for men and women that are incarcerated. When I fell in 2000 and I was at McNeil for 10 years, we actually had a parent advocate that would work with us on stuff like that. I worked with the Strength and Families Unit for the last 4 years, trying to help men navigate dependencies and teaching parenting classes and doing things like that. So I know the struggles that they face, and it's really about, campers have a lot of other things to do, right? So when we're talking about dependency cases, this stuff is time sensitive. I mean, things have to get done in the right way, and to have a parent advocate that really is able to facilitate that stuff. And I talk to people from DCYF too, and they've really been pushing at these meetings to have someone like that inside the facility that can do this stuff for the men and women that are incarcerated. So if you're going to be having meetings with Ross Hunter and people like that, I think that that's something that should be brought up. Whether it's someone from DCYF or someone that we bring in to do it, it's integral that we have someone that's really focused on the parents and relationships with children as a parent advocate inside every facility.
Very good, sir. Duly noted. It's going in the Ross Hunter file for those discussions, and it's a great thing to put on the agenda. So thank you very much for that. You got it.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You bet.
Next is Anna.
Yes, I have just a couple of questions, actually a request. So I wanted to ask if at the end of this call, we could go over the action item list, if we can commit to sharing it with the meeting minutes, and if we can start the next meeting with an update on these items. I know there's some questions in the chat that were never answered, and this is, by the way, by policy. This is in the policy. We should be tracking items that were raised in this meeting that there is no response to. And at the next meeting, it would be great if we could start the meeting with the response to those items. Is that something that you guys are willing to commit to?
I have instructed the Department of Corrections staff that are here on the call to not respond to the chat because I want people front and centered listening to what people are saying. I'm happy to, we will end at 3 o'clock. So anything we want to do between now and then, if you want us to go through the list of action items, or are we not capturing those then in the minutes? And I think what your proposal is, Anna, is that at the next council meeting that we start off after introductions with the follow-up items identified in the action list. Did I capture that right?
That would be great, Cheryl. And just so you know, this is actually in the policy. There's somebody should be at this meeting tracking all the items. And when I mentioned chat, I didn't expect you to be responding to questions in chat. I just wanted to say after the meeting, if somebody could look at that, maybe Rhonda, and just put those items, those questions on the action item so that we can eventually get a response. That would be great.
And
my sense is that I'm looking through the policy right now. I would assume that of course the co-secretaries are capturing the to-do list, but I'm not seeing it in the policy.
Cheryl, let me help you with that. We actually have the action item list that we could put up before the end of the day if you would like.
Excellent.
Okay, and my second question is COVID calls, voting calls, right, the elections. Can those meetings be open to public? Or because I've heard some sentiment on this call that people do not like these secret meetings, right, that are only available and open to this privileged group of people who consider themselves reps, right, or who were elected reps. So is that something, a change that you would be open to? Obviously, the elections, the people electing are just going to be the reps, but everybody wants to participate and listen in, and they should have the ability to do that. And this goes for COVID calls as well.
I don't think that
I want voting to be private, but I have no, I don't know if it's the policy is silent or is permissive that allows for when Anna, are you talking about that where people can hear the people speak, the nominees speak, and then the voting part? Again, I want to protect the authority of individual, we have a right to privacy with our voting.
I agree, Cheryl, completely agree. Whatever part can be done and be open to public so that local family council members don't feel like they're isolated from those things. Even if the discussion is just among the reps and only a few people speak, if they had the opportunity to participate, and I'm going to say this, but I'm going to step back, whoever's on the call, please speak up. I know that is the sentiment that I heard from many people. So if you support this, please either write in the chat or let us know some way, somehow. And the last thing, Cheryl, this is for you. And maybe for Sean, I just want to understand what is the difficulty of eliminating the word offender from DOC vocabulary? We've talked about it for years. I know that there was a memo coming out from one of the previous secretaries. I still see it in the visiting rooms. I still see it on signs. It seems to me that the easiest way to accomplish it would just send another memo to say, please eliminate all the signs that have the word offender. Let's try not to use it. I just don't understand why it's so difficult to do. Help me out.
I think I'll give her a shot, please. I think that one of the challenges is the way that the brain works with repetition. And to be honest with you, because I can tell you that Secretary Strange and I remind staff regularly to use individuals. I even have had Secretary make sure that I do it even more so. And so it is a tough challenge to untrain the brain. And a necessary challenge to untrain the brain, and we will continue to push to make sure that we aren't using language that, to be quite frank, is not appropriate for what we're trying to do. So,
my take on it, Anna. My take is the reason it's everywhere is because it's everywhere, and trying to eliminate it is a full-time job with everything from the policy header, which we've been able to do, to I see it everywhere too. And every time I see it when I visit a facility, I snap a picture of it and I send it to the superintendent. But you are exactly right. we are really good around here at following orders. So let's put out an order that says remove it all. I think that's really, really a great thing. It is unfortunately everywhere. I see it everywhere. Everywhere I turn around, it's there. It's embedded. Some of it is embedded in like hard coded, right? Some of it's hard coded in legislation. Some of it's hard coded in IT software, and it is a work in progress. I think your point is really well taken, and we're going to put that on Sean's to-do list, which is to ask each superintendent to identify those areas and do a sweep and get rid of it. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're on mute, Lisa.
Next is Loretta Peterson. Thank you.
So this is right on track with Anna's thing about tracking action items. I would love to have an update from Lisa Flynn on the action item from last time about prisoner wedding rings, and specifically equal access to free world wedding rings for those who marry post-incarceration. Thank you.
You bet. That was one of the action items, and we'll be able to show it to you here shortly. I did do a follow-up with our Chief of Security Operations, Charlotte Headley. We're scheduled to meet with her again as she's working on the property policy as we speak. And so I should be able to give an update by January. I'd hope to have it by November, but we've got a lot of things we're juggling right now. So I'm having those conversations with Charlotte right now for the property policy in hopes that we can move that forward.
Lisa, right now, is DOC still allowing the purchase of free world wedding rings for virtual marriages during COVID? Because some families at WSP are being told that they are not allowed to do that and are being told they have to order a union supply ring.
No, they're still allowed to do vendor purchases as long as it meets the criteria of the policy. What we typically do is folks will send us a picture of the ring that they would like to purchase. Dawn and I take a look at them and screen them with property and make sure that they're all right. Most of the time it's not an issue because it's pretty easy to fall into those property guidelines, and then they're approved to come in. If there's any difficulties out there, then please let us know. We've had a lot of shifting of personnel, and it may just be something that somebody's just not quite up to speed on what we're doing. So
could we just get a reminder email sent out to all the religious coordinators and the counselors statewide? Because that's where this bad information is coming from, I think. And I understand the turnover, the information does get confusing. So maybe just a reminder email. Thank you.
Bet. You're welcome. Next is, looks like 844-8301 is on the phone.
Is this James Chambers again? Oh, James, no.
Oh, nope, okay, Lydia is next.
Thank you. Carrie Stanley, could you clarify when you said it would be the reps? Is it the SFC reps or any local family council member that could do that?
Thanks, Lydia, for the question. So it'll be the SFC rep that will be the representative, and the expectation is that they will work with their local family council as well to get that feedback. But the representative that will get the survey link and submit the responses will be an FSC rep.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Lydia.
Lisa, I have a couple of questions for you. Well, it's one question with multiple parts.
Okay.
There were some action items from the budget meeting at the end of October, and I forget her name. I want to say Shannon, maybe not, but there was a woman there that was taking all of the questions from the chat and was going to, I believe we were going to see those questions, and there was going to be some follow-up for it. But the two most critical ones, well, I already asked you about the survey, but the most critical one is you were going to look into transportation and get some options and some quotes. And because especially with the holidays and people trying to travel across the mountains, I still keep thinking about this little woman who was 79 years old to go and see her son and bring her grandson with her, who he was moved far away, and so she has no way to get there. So I wanted to see if you were able to look into that and how soon we'd be able to implement that.
So yes, thank you for the question. Dawn and some of the family services team has been working very, very hard to create a couple of options. We've been doing some research. We've just recently presented them to budget, and then we'll be sharing them with Anna and Felix in an effort to try to get this pushed forward. Then it would be available in the same option as the lodging assistance program. We would have it on the website for easy access with instructions on how to utilize the new system. So we just have to go through this check and balance to make sure everything that we're doing is ethical and that we're using it appropriately, that family members have access to it on a broad basis. And then we should be able to present something, but we want Anna and Felix to take a look at it to make sure that we're hitting the target. So thank you for the question.
And do we have a time frame on that? Or, I mean, it'd be nice to have it, like I said, as soon as possible with the holidays coming and people trying to travel, especially across the mountains with the weather.
You know, I don't, but let me check with Kathy Ding and Diane Doonan. We've got this holiday coming up next week. And I know, I can't remember, Anna and Felix might remember when the next IIBF meeting is. But Felix, do you remember when?
We don't have one scheduled, Lisa, but perhaps this should go on the action item list so that we don't lose track of it.
You bet. I'll have Rhonda add that to the action list so we don't lose track of it. Thank you.
And will we be getting a list of the questions and all of that from the meeting so at least we can review those?
I believe Diane Doonan is on visiting with us today. I think Kathy Ding is putting those together, but maybe Diane is a better person to answer that. Diane, are you
Hello,
on?
everyone.
Oh,
yes, I'm
she
here. I was not prepared to actually talk. I was just listening to learn more about what goes on with other subjects. I can tell you that the questions and answers from our last public meeting are in final draft, and they should come out hopefully next week. Part of our challenge is the communications office is missing some key staff that post to our website. So there might be some delay, but I have gone through the meeting minutes myself and added some information to make sure that the answers were complete and were clear, particularly around the questions that many of the audience members had around the cost of incarceration, crime victims compensation, and other deductions. So I would love to promise next week, but I would say more realistically, the week after Thanksgiving, you will see that comprehensive document posted. And of course, at that point, if you have additional questions about what is in that document, it also will contain our IIBF question box so that you can submit any additional questions through that medium as well. Thank you for the opportunity.
Diane, I'm glad you're here and you brought up the cost of incarceration. So I'm going to throw a question that was in the back of my mind and I think it will touch on some of the questions we had earlier. Why are we having incarcerated individuals pay for moving? Wouldn't that be something that the cost of incarceration would cover?
I don't know who answered that or who asked that question. Was that you, Lydia?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's Lydia. You
okay,
when you started
Lydia.
speaking, you mentioned that, and I'm like, oh, that's right. I had another question on that.
Okay, well, I'll do my best to answer that one on the fly as well. The cost of incarceration is a deduction that goes to support our correctional industries programs, many of which provide educational and work training opportunities for our incarcerated population. So it's not just a generic deduction. It has a specific targeted purpose for those funds. I think Secretary Strange and Deputy Murphy have addressed the transportation of property issue as well as Mr. Overland, that we are, doing as much as we can to say if it was a department forced move, we're not making the incarcerated individual pay for it. But beyond that, the cost of incarceration funds are a very specific deduction for a very specific purpose. And if Rhonda and or Lisa would ping me on more specifics for that, I could certainly get them for you and have them included in the meeting minutes.
Great.
It's like cost of or like crime victims compensation, cost of incarceration is a pretty technical deduction based in laws. And I don't have them all in front of me right now, and I would hate to misspeak, but I would be more than happy to provide the information.
A pie chart showing the breakdown of all those expenses would be awesome. Or like how those expenses are applied, I mean.
You bet.
That
Very
was
good.
Loretta.
Yes, it was.
Thank you,
Thank
Loretta.
you.
I'll do my best to answer those questions.
Very
Thank
nice.
you, Diane. Thank you, Diane. I appreciate you joggling my memory and taking that on the fly. Thanks, Lisa, for my other
Well, that's
question.
okay. I didn't really mean to jog anyone's memory or be a participant in this call. I was just trying to learn more about the vision and mission of our new leadership and be a part of that. But thank you very much.
Very, very good. Thank you, Diane. And next we have Tasha.
Sorry, I keep muting and unmuting myself. First, I want to say, Secretary Strange, thank you just for your candor and just for being so direct with your answers. I appreciate that. That's very hard to find at someone at your level. But I kind of want to follow up on a question I asked earlier, now that there's a little bit extra time. I'm sure you're familiar with the Washington Supreme Court document that came out June 4th of 2020, where they literally acknowledged, their disproportionate treatment, right, to Black Americans. But I would say that I'll address this to all BIPOC incarcerated individuals, because I want to know, is there anything on the table or even being juggled around, and this might be an Adrian question, but he's not here, about actually looking back retroactively at BIPOC inmates who have been incorrectly sentenced based on their skin color historically. I mean, not everyone has loved ones that can go get PRPs done and go and get discretionary reviews and can go to Innocence Projects to try to get their case seen. I know that, based on this letter and the 9 justices that signed it, of course, they don't want to be the state that releases someone at 80 years old that probably should have been out 30 years ago, right? So I want to know if there's any talk about that, because I know there's all these other resentencing bills, whether it's around, juvenile offenses or drug offenses. But since this is such a serious thing and it has been addressed in writing and it has been acknowledged, is sentencing literally based on the skin color of somebody? Is something also being considered or put on the table, and how to possibly resentence individuals that we all know to some degree have had their sentences impacted for that? And I think a suggestion, if you haven't thought about it, is maybe even looking at comparing similar crimes with similar backgrounds, similar points, similar situations from white prisoners, and comparing those to Blacks, and obviously doing a very comprehensive look at that. We can't just take one situation, right? But I just want to know if any of that is being looked at or possibly on the table, because that's really how, writing a letter is cute, making statements are cute, but, that's really looking at actually going back retroactively on that.
Yeah, I'll take that question, Tasha. And so yes, those conversations are absolutely occurring, and where they're occurring is the Criminal Sentencing Task Force, which legislatively there are a lot of members too. The Department of Corrections has a seat at that table, as we do with the Sentencing Guidelines Commission. And these are very active conversations around race and disproportionality with any of these efforts that are going on, both in the judicial branch as well as the legislative branch. It is everywhere. And right, that the Department of Corrections we carry out sentences of the court, right? And that is the role we play in the executive branch. Having said that, we have tons of data. And we supply a lot of the data to the Sentencing Guidelines Commission, to the Indeterminate Sentence Review Board, to the Criminal Sentencing Task Force. And our own Jeannie Darneal sat on the sentencing guidelines and the Criminal Sentencing Task Force, and these conversations are happening in those locations. And Jeannie, I don't know if you want to, kind of just speak to that for a minute about Tasha's sort of what is going on in this space, and where are we headed, and when are we going to see resolve? We know Justice McLeod and her work that I know you know. Got any thoughts from that leadership role you had in the legislature with where we're going and how it's going to work?
Sure. Thanks for giving me a couple minutes, Cheryl. Historically, the legislature has been trying to address issues relating to mass incarceration and the subsequent real disproportionality that exists in our system right now and has historically existed in the system. The Department of Corrections is in that category of organizations that must implement laws. And so the legislature and the governor affirm policy changes in this space. And then the departments like the Department of Children, Youth and Families and the Department of Corrections do their, where their line is, their aisle is, they do all the implementation of those laws. That being said, the Sentencing Guidelines Commission is an established group. As Cheryl said, it's quite broadly represented there, and all of their meetings are available by going to tvw.org and going into find the agency, which again is called the Sentencing Guidelines Commission. And they're available in the archives there at TVW. Similarly, all the meetings of something called the Sentencing Task Force, which is separate from the Sentencing Guidelines Commission, are also available to watch. I will tell you, those are a little painful because people were coming into that setting and they had to learn every nuance of how the sentencing grid worked, how we've had determinate sentencing laws in the state of Washington, how 3 strikes impacts those, and really had to build up. It took over a year to build up the base of information of that group. And now I think and so that was a little frustrating for the legislature because we wanted to get their recommendations and get those implemented as quickly as possible. So we have been passing bills over the course of the last few years. I keep saying we. I will get out of that mantra soon. But the legislature has been passing bills that actually impact the grid, that actually impact the length of sentences, even though this task force has not yet completed their recommendations. So the legislature is moving ahead on some of those recommendations. And things like graduated reentry, things like taking robbery 2 off the 3 strikes list, addressing juvenile life without parole. I did see there was a question about something I said earlier, which was referencing Senate Bill 6164. And it's not that the Department of Corrections has a role in changing the length of sentence for an individual person. As Cheryl mentioned, the court actually determines that. So in this case, Senate Bill 6164 gave permission, did not require, but gave permission to county prosecutors to go back and look at their cases that had come forth out of their court to see if any of those sentences of individuals were impacted by these other decisions that are either made by the Supreme Court or the legislature to be able to influence those. And then someone, that resentencing comes back to working with the Department of Corrections to actually determine then what the estimated date of return to the community would be. And some people, I just got a note yesterday, and it's not an unusual situation for people to have gone through the resentencing process and found that their sentence was actually ratcheted back. So they spent much more time in prison, as noted, than they would have had to have spent, given today's bias towards reducing racial disproportionality, reducing mass incarceration. Does that help, Cheryl?
Yeah, I was going to say that was an excellent answer, and I look forward to them applying those very similar principles to potential to more than just drug offenses or things like that, but to actually Black related things. So thank you for answering it. Sounds like I'm in the wrong space to have asked that question, but you still answered it, and I really appreciate it. So I will definitely be reaching out to the criminal sentencing task force as well as the sentencing task force. So thank you for those resources. You guys gave great answers. Thank you.
Thank you. It is the authorizing environment of government is complex. And so there is no doubt about it. We are always happy to entertain a question. And if we don't know the answer, we will try to get it for you. But those three branches of government, the legislative, the judicial, and the executive, it is a complex thing. And it changes regularly. So we do spend a lot of time trying to stay sharp on this stuff and trying to, help and that's the beauty in public process. So we're all learning. Don't worry that you asked. We're all learning about it, Tasha. So it changes all the time. So thank you for the question.
Very good.
I'm sorry. This is Suzanne, and I'm on my phone, and I just want to interject because the Statewide Family Council has a seat, and I am the representative to the sentencing task force. And so I can't put my email in the chat, but if anybody has other questions regarding that, you can always contact me.
Excellent. Thank you, Suzanne, for
Can she say it even though she can't type it? I'll try to spell it.
Well,
Is that possible?
It's kind of long.
We can get it. I have it.
Yeah.
I have it.
Right.
We will get it in the chat for you, Suzanne. And
I just put it in the chat.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you so
available in
much.
the chat now. Thank you, Loretta, for putting that in for Suzanne. Next, we have Lieutenant Colonel Coates.
Once more into the breach. Listen, I love this open forum, freewheeling, ask questions with all of you important senior people sitting there and responding. I love it. Three things. One, I want to step up and reinforce what Anna had to say about voting. I absolutely respect the right of the state family reps to have a secret ballot and not raise their hand. But I also think it's important that the whole process be open to the public. I think that's really important. Secondly, and this is not a gotcha to Sean Murphy, but last summer, June or July, I think, I raised the issue of commissary prices being raised and the need or the desirability of raising the limit so that you weren't taking food out of my son's mouth. I'm aware of the fact that there are concerns across the facility about the amount of food that's being held in a house. I refer to them as a house as opposed to a cell. So you guys have been drinking from the fire hose for a whole lot of months here, so I haven't raised this issue. Sean, I haven't sent you an email. I've been behaving myself, and I'm still going to do that. So I'm not looking for a response right now per se, but it's still on my radar. And the problem you're faced with is that facilities have different amounts across the state. So if somebody's got a 125 limit at MCC and there's a 100 limit at Stafford Creek, what do you do when they transfer? It's a knotty issue. The other thing I want to ask, virtual marriages. I was able to marry my son and his fiancée this last April. I did that at a cost of $0. There were other inmates who did not have the advantage of accessing a virtual marriage, and it cost them $375 to get married, and they had to wait months. Is there an effort, is there a movement to retain virtual marriages for inmates behind the wire? It eliminates the wait for it to happen, and it allows a family member like me to marry his son. So I really appreciated that. Those are my three comments. Thanks.
So Lieutenant Coates, can I just ask for clarification on the virtual marriage? Are you under the belief that we don't provide it or that it wasn't available at one point in time?
Well, it wasn't available at one point in time. It became available during COVID.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, let's hang on to it.
Oh, yes.
Let's
Okay.
not do away
Thank
with
you.
it.
Thank you.
But also restore in-person marriages. Just keep it as an option for those who need it.
Yes. Thank you
Yeah,
very much. I just
absolutely.
want to make sure I understood.
I'm not trying to eliminate in-person marriages. I just like the option of a virtual marriage because it seems to be able to happen sooner and a lot less expensively.
Thank you very much.
And we need ring sizers on the living unit so the incarcerated can actually figure out what their ring size is. That has been a really difficult challenge.
I saw that. Thank you very much, Loretta.
Yeah, and my apologies for LTC. That's Lieutenant Colonel.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks.
Lieutenant Colonel, I want to tell you that in July 24th, I asked for a spending limit price increase from consideration from our folks in CI, and I will also apologize up front for dropping the ball and not following up with that. And so really apologize. That was right when we first got here, and you were right about the drinking out of the hose. I owe you an answer, sir, and I will get that answer for you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Lori Dawson is next.
Hey, can you, I'm way over here in Okinawa, but I'm tracking. Anyway, my follow-up was just that action item, Sean, that the incarcerated individual, because I think if you not only empower the superintendent, but also the associates, the visit staff, and the tier reps, you could probably get that walk through that change. If it happened by next week, that would be awesome. But I think that those are little tangible changes that could permeate through each facility. But I think the superintendent needs a support team. My second thing is I just wanted to thank Loretta for pursuing the incarcerated individual change. I think it was one of her leadership roles, along with many other the family council statewide at the time. But I remember a little jar that we weren't allowed to say offender, and we had to put it in. So I really appreciate Anne, her role as a secretary. I think it's a hard, difficult job. I think both Loretta and Lisa's. I think the secretary job down at the facility is also similar, very challenging, and I appreciate everybody's hard work. And also Lauren for leading the co-chair, plus Suzanne before. I think co-chair role is also very challenging. And so anyway, those are my two main little asks, along with one other, which is related to the community program persons. The challenge that I've seen in policy is that CPPC cannot solicit, or it's something hindering them from reaching out to the local community. We've often as a family council provided a liaison work between our community and the CPPC, but we need something maybe to look at the policy as to how they can feel more empowered to reach out to the local communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lori, very much. Let's see, we have Wendy.
Yes, I have a quick question, topic that has not come up yet, and that is JPay. And I'm wondering if if there's going to be continued free phone calls, emails, video visits past the end of this year.
This is Cheryl, and I'll take that. We plan on a communication very soon about what is going on with the IITS project. And we realize it's getting close to the end of the year. I want to have a big communication from the IITS team that's been doing this. But I do not know the answer to that very specific question about continuing on beyond the year. Lisa, do you? I would imagine it's business as usual, but we will follow up on that and get word out right away if it does not continue. If you don't hear from us on this matter, know that it just continues as is. You will hear from us right away if it isn't, but I am 99% sure that it is continuing as is. Of course,
Secretary Strange, this is Diane Duden. If I may interrupt,
Please.
Under the current contract, the free phone calls are continuing until further notice. And what that means is GTL has told me that they have no plan to change the current 20-minute per incarcerated individual free phone call per week. So I just wanted to give you that most updated information because I didn't know if you were aware of that.
I was not, and thank you for jumping in. It's great.
Thank you for allowing the interruption, ma'am.
Well, and thank you for going to give us an announcement about the IITS contract. I didn't want to bring up that whole big subject because I figured it could start, a flurry of things, but just the free things that we have been able to utilize this year. I mean, we're still in COVID and all that, so I appreciate you checking on that. Thank you.
You betcha. I'm also aware, I know that we are exactly at 2:45, and where we are supposed to go now is with the solicitation of January agenda items or closing. But I also recognize that we have just a handful of hands still up, and I'm wondering if we can quickly move those along. I also don't want to, Lisa, limit our ability to solicit. Maybe there's another venue, but it's time is precious, so.
You bet. So just for the group, and we'll hit these last couple of questions here. Lauren and I worked with Secretary Strange and Deputy Secretary Murphy, and we're going to be launching an email about mid-December to the SFC reps and local family co-chairs for to solicit agenda items for the January meeting. And so that is one thing that we'll be doing. So I'll just put that out there now so folks can start thinking about it. December 15th, we'll launch a reminder email through the SFC. We'll include the LFC co-chairs. That'll be the currently sitting and the incoming will receive that email. And if you'll get those items back to us, and we'll establish the agenda for January. And then the action items, I'll show you after we take these two questions so that all of us can look at it real quickly before we close out the day. So next we have, I think, wasn't this James at 844-8301? Are you still on the phone?
Yeah, this is James. I just wanted to touch on what the lady was talking about earlier about the CPPCs being able to reach out to the community organizations and things like that. When I was first incarcerated, it was a lot of the inmates would reach out to organizations and get gifts donated for like the Christmas event and get other things donated for stuff like that, and they would just contact the CPPC through that. But now, in the last few years, we tried doing that at Stafford Creek, and we were pretty much told that we weren't allowed to reach out to organizations and they weren't allowed to donate stuff to the facility, and they would just use the money that they were getting for the events. And that money we used to just use back when we were running stuff at McNeil, we would use that for adding extras to the event, extra food or extra this, instead of having to buy gifts and stuff like that to church organizations. And we had a motorcycle club just in the last few years that was going to do a toy run for us at Stafford Creek, and we were just given a hard no. And I understand the security issues and things like that, but we're talking about donated gifts that someone could easily go through or run through an x-ray machine and things like that. So I think that's really something that I hope DOC gets back to doing, is allowing community organizations to donate stuff like that and use the money in the events for actually adding supplements to the events for the kids. We used to have breakfast on Christmas and things like that for our kids. So I think it's really an integral part of the family event. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, and we have Dua Rahima.
Okay, Lisa, this is for you. And I know you kind of talked about it earlier, but I'm coming back around about the cultural events and how we're going to proceed with that.
Okay.
And get that group back together to finish talking about that and figuring it out.
So was there a question that I didn't answer? I want to make sure. Can I give you the name of Fred Ivy, who is going to be leading that?
Okay.
And And he has all of our notes. In fact, Don Taylor, if you're still on, would you put Fred's DOC email address in the chat for me? And then he has all of those really incredible notes that we took in that work group that we started before COVID, all the hard work that that first initial meeting had. He's got all of that. And so he's going to start sending those invitations out for January.
All right, thank you.
You are quite welcome.
I don't see her still on the list. Maybe
Okay.
I'm.
So I will look
I'm
up
typing
Fred's.
it.
Oh, thank you,
Yep.
Dawn.
Thanks.
Okay, so with that, if you'll give me grace to project this action items list on the screen for everyone. I am hoping we've got everything captured, but for those who are only on the phone and can't see the screen, I will read it. The very first item we have is a policy item. This is what Loretta had offered during our conversation today, and it's really checking on continuing the outside wedding rings after COVID. Right now, the policy indicates that individuals would use union supply in normal operations, but during COVID, we allowed this more intimate ability to purchase a vendor ring for the loved one that was screened, met policy guidelines. And so we're currently having a meeting with the property or the property policy author, Charlotte Headley, to see if that's something that we can continue beyond our pandemic operations. So I've loaded that update in there. Dawn's actually going to be working with Charlotte on that, continuing, but I wanted to make sure I gave an update on that. The next one is for family support, the transportation options. We talked a little bit about that today. Dawn and I are working on that, as well as with Diane Doonan in the budget for linking it to IIBF. So we're hoping to get something around the December, but I think the holiday is going to set us back a little bit. So this may be a little bit delayed, but we do have some viable options that we're sharing with budget. The next one is the EFE Visit Family Friendly Survey. We had hoped to have it out a little sooner, and so now we've established a date due that we would have it out. My hope is by December 1st. That goes out to both incarcerated individuals and family members through that broad email list that we've got. The policy, next one is policy for EFV costs. Families have brought to us the concern around the cost of EFEs going from $10 to $15. So we gathered some information, got some AG direction, and now we'll be reviewing that in a meeting with Jeannie Miller. I think right after the holiday to see what we can do around those EFE costs. And then we've added this based on the policy revision of the Family Council policy. So this policy is due for revision in 2022. So this is a new action item. The work will be promoted by the SFC co-chairs, but it will be working on what that's going to look like at the January meeting and receiving input from all LFC and SFC, how we can gather that input, work together, work at your local family councils on the family council policy itself. So we're pretty excited to take feedback from that, and we'll start that work, and you'll see a whole lot of that occurring in that big agenda item for the January meeting. And then the one item that has been closed is the Rec and Wellness Survey completed by Tracy, who works in the Program Services Unit, works with our recreation directors, and will actually be presenting that to Anna and Felix at the next scheduled IIBF meeting or beforehand. I think I'll probably have it ready to go. And then that way, if they want to see we're waiting for some of the responsive documents. We received a tally sheet, and then we're having all of the surveys sent to us at headquarters so that we can also take a look at them. So
Lisa, quick question.
Sure.
Quick question. Is there a reason why this is on the closed action item list? Because we have not received anything. We don't know the results of the survey. The equipment has not been ordered. Why is this on the closed action item list?
Well, it was just the completion of the survey, but I'm more than willing to add it back up here so that we can include the actual purchasing of the equipment. If Anna, if you would feel more comfortable with that, I'll move it right back up here.
That would be great, Lisa. I think that's the right thing to do.
You bet. I would be more than happy to do that. I'll move it up there and take this date off. And then once we get equipment ordered and you can provide a briefing for everyone, then we'll move that to close when you're comfortable with it.
I would, this is Cheryl, and I would like to propose that, I think, Anna, your point is well taken, which is what specifically is the issue that is on the to-do list, the action list, like being, I think we can try to get really specific about what specific thing we're following up on. I think that helps kind of our minds, you know, the month goes on and it's like, what exactly about that thing were we going to be doing? So I think your point is really well taken. There's a couple other things that I think that I captured. One was we need to address the picture taking and get word out, you know, really, I'd like to see that get on the list, please. The, you know, figure out how we're going to do those pictures. We're going to do them with masks. We're going to not, you know, consulting on that. And also any action item will go follow up will be first on the agenda after introductions and welcome at the next advisory council meeting. So I just would like to add both those up there, as well as I know we've been asked to take a good look and update our COVID data. We know that we have problems with the Power BI and some of this stuff, but let's make sure we're getting that stuff updated and out to family members. It's important to have that data be accurate, and so I'd like that on the agenda as well, please. That we have getting our COVID numbers updated for families. So that I still am looking at things on the list, and we'll be certainly having our internal follow-up meeting to this family council meeting to figure out how we as the department can improve our presence at this meeting. So thank you, Lisa, for that.
So one more after that. On top of that, I do want to add the increase in the store was on there. And then I think that there was also some questions about wedding ring follow-up.
That's at the very top, Sean.
Okay, just double checking. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's good. Thank you for adding it. And this was CI commissary costs, is that correct?
So what was asked in July of last year, the Lieutenant Colonel asked if, because of the increased cost of material or supplies or commissary per individual item because of inflation, that we consider increasing the amount that we're providing. One of the other things that we revealed in the process is that there was inconsistencies in each superintendent had the ability to set the commissary cost at their facility. And so one thing else that we found out was the difference. So days of delivery or days between deliveries was extended. So we got to dig into that.
All right.
We've got 2 minutes. We've got 2 minutes.
So just real quick, Cheryl, I wanted to make sure before we ended, and let me take this off the screen. I would like to have the ability to bring Lauren Taylor back. This is her last meeting, and she's been there. She's going to stay connected. And so the individual that she supports is hopefully on a direction where he'll be rejoining the community, so that's really awesome news. But she's a really good example of somebody who wants to come back and support another individual. So Lauren, do you have any last words before I turn this over to Cheryl and Sean for closing?
I just wanted to say that this has been an experience, and I am grateful for everything I've learned. I am grateful for the amazing relationships that have come out of this. And I look forward to hopefully working with you guys sometime again in the future.
Very good. Thank you very much, Lauren. Sean, I'll send it to you, and last words for Cheryl.
You bet. Thanks to everybody for participating today, and thanks to the council members who have done a good job for us this past year and are leaving us. The work that you do does not go unnoticed. Thanks to everybody for being patient and flexible as we learn the path that we're walking on. And so much appreciated, and thanks for spending the Saturday with us. Secretary Strange?
Just want to say goodbye. Thank you for hanging in there with us, especially the new administration, as we learn how things work, and our commitment to future presence and performance. So I hope you all have a safe and happy Thanksgiving. I know that that is difficult when you have loved ones that are not at your table. It is difficult for you. It is difficult for them. Our thoughts are with you. Thank you to the council members who are signing off this round. You are always welcome to be friends and advocates of the family councils and this meeting. So look forward to seeing you all very, very soon. Please take care, and peace be with you all.
Sean and Cheryl, thank you for spending the whole meeting with us. As I've been collecting the history of this council, I've been learning from people who were around before I was that there were some secretaries who wouldn't show up unless legislators made them. So thank you for that. That means a lot to us.
Yes,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, take care. Be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.